gonna have to deal with the fact that it's Saturday, and this is what happens on a Saturday.
Yeah.
So are we? Yeah, there we go. I think we're live. That's always how these start.
Do it live.
I think we're live. We might be live. Here we are. We're live.
Is it? Is it working?
Is it working? I think it's working. Probably working. It's the first minute of this is just pure confusion.
Yeah.
And unprofessional behavior of all kinds. And then here we go. We're gonna start it off. How you I've already asked you how you're doing today, son, and you said it was another beautiful day. And then like 15 minutes later, you're like, it's a day today. It's been a
Not
little
just
bit of
any day, but it is a day.
It's been a little bit of a crazy morning today, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, we've been going strong. That's
Yeah.
Starting early, getting stuff done. Videos will be coming up soon.
That's good.
Exciting times.
Yeah. Got a lot going on in game.
A lot of stuff.
A lot of stuff going on in game. We got a fusion. We've got a Halloween Titan event. We've got all these tournaments and events that we're doing. We pulled shards just recently, and we both hit on decent champions. Your champion, I think your pull was a little bit better than mine, but I'm still very happy with my pull. I got Rector Drath, and you got Miscreated Monster.
Yeah.
And so you've built him out. He's 6 stars. I've not put any energy into my Rector Drath. I'm still trying to get my Cold Heart to 6 stars, and I took my Doom Priest up to 5 stars, and that actually was a key. That was a key decision because that helped me get through. That helped me get through this Celestial Griffin on floor 50. Without that Doom Priest at 5 stars, I wouldn't have gotten through.
Yeah.
So that helped. And then Koldath he's always the easiest, right? The Magma Dragon. And so got through him.
I'm completely frozen on your end, by the way.
Oh. See what's going on. Yep, you're still frozen there too. All right, technical difficulty.
'Tis a day.
Let me look at. All right, so the Discord stream is moving.
It's me. I'm moving.
But the actual OBS recording in the Discord stream is not. There we go.
Oh, there it goes. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, look at that. Moving. We're dancing. We're getting it going.
There we go. All right. So, yeah. So I was able to get through. Let's see. Where was I? Yeah, I was able to get up to this floor. What is this? Floor 60 now. So Doom Tower's been good to me this month for the first time. You did pretty well last month. I did okay. I think I got to floor 30 or 29. I don't think I got through the boss there. And now up to floor 60. So making Doom Tower progress.
Yeah.
In the arena, it was funny. We did that video on arena surfing.
Yeah.
And I got stuck in gold 1 immediately following making that video.
Yeah.
And I've been fighting it, and I've been trying to do the arena surfing, but in reality, I just haven't been able to get back up into gold 2, which is weird because normally I don't have that problem. But I was able to get back up into gold 2 this morning. And so now, I'm actually kind of comfortably in gold 2, and I have to figure out if I'm going to surf or if I'm going to single target, like one-man defense hunt or what. So for right now, I'm just going to take the free points. But I mean, the thing about the arena surfing video was that I had 40 tokens, right? Because they had piled up on me. And I don't need to arena surf every day if I can find enough battles. The problem is if I find enough battles, I start to creep up and I get up to like 2,400 points. And then if the tokens pile up, now I've got to lose 100 points to get back down to where I can arena surf. So I don't want to do that. I want to stay within striking range of arena surfing. And so, I got to put in my one-man defense so I can lose some battles here.
Yeah, I was right there on that cusp of gold 2, gold 1, surfing for a little while. doing the exact same thing, going through those tokens, and then now I'm stuck back in gold 1.
Yeah.
I
still think
haven't had the time.
I still think it's better to be there. It's better to be in gold 1 than in gold 2. Right? You get the same number of points.
Yeah.
You get the same number of medals. And you always have the option of going up to gold 2 if you can push up there. But once you're in gold 2, if you can't push to gold 3, being stuck in gold 2 is it's the most frustrating, because you feel like you're in complete limbo and you're not getting your medals. And I have this arbiter mission. I have this one right here. So I need to get an affinity bonus to level 7. Now, I hit this at the same moment you were at this. Right? But you were almost done. You had like 600 medals, so you finished it off, and I had, 0 at the time. And now if you look at my medals, I have 474. So it's been like, I don't know, 2 weeks or something. So I'm trying to get
that's right around where I'm at to 8 star now.
Right.
To level 8.
Right. So I really had a frustrating week in Arena, and I started surfing, and it helped a lot. When I started the video on Arena Surfing, I had 19 wins, and now I've got 82, and it's only been 2 days. So, I've picked up over 60 wins in the last, call it like 60 hours. Like, I've been averaging 1 win an hour. My win rate has dropped down. I've got 40 losses now. I only had 3 losses originally, but I've burned through those tokens, and I keep getting medals, which is, that's the key there. So I don't really care about the win rate. I just care about the overall medal count. So that felt good to kind of get, like, finally commit to the Arena Surf, because I just hadn't been paying much attention. I'd been too busy, and I knew I was stuck, but I was like, oh well, I'm stuck. And I was like, nah, I should surf. And as soon as I started surfing, I started making more medals. I was like, yeah, I should have been doing that already.
Yeah.
But yeah. So, and then in terms of the tournaments, you do the spider tournament?
Yeah, I just got it done last night. So I'm finally free of it.
You going for the
do some champion training?
The Halloween points?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Went all the way to the Halloween points.
So this was the make or break for me, and I decided to bail out. I'm probably going to go up and try to get I'll get the gems. I'll get the gems at 950. I don't know if I'll go up for the shard at 1800. I may. The 4-star chicken would be nice, but honestly, I don't think I have it in me to chase this on this account. I'm doing it, I'm doing the fusion on my main account, so it's like I just don't quite have the bandwidth to push too hard here on this account.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to stay, like, competitive. I'm trying to do smart things, but I'm also trying to, manage that with my other account and saying, okay, so what if I'm doing that over here? What can I do over here? And I do feel like I'm doing okay. I feel like I'm doing okay with what I've got going on. I think I'm going to get the 3-star soul. I'm pretty sure I'm going to get the 3-star soul. And, unfortunately, I won't get the 4-star, which is where you get the 20% crit damage, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But the 3-star soul is still going to give me the nice second level of the blessing. And that's going to feel pretty good. Ooh, let's do.
Yeah, I should be able to get the 4-star.
I decided to use these new uncommons in the Sylvan Watcher faction just to level them up for the first time. I got each one. Like, I've just pulled mystery shards and I got each one. So
yep. Yeah, they'll be going to my faction wars team.
All right, I'm gonna say hello to chat. See who's here.
I was just about to say.
Got a bit of a frog in my throat at the moment.
Me too.
Great Dane, what's up, guys? Hey, Great Dane. Brian Evan Stranger says, good morning, all. Good morning. Don Kelly, good morning. Shane, hello. Selena Feline? Is that how you would say that? Selena Feline? Dream Builder. Hi, how you doing? Liam Forward, hi all. Hello. Mr. Fudan is back. Tulsi is back. Hello, what's up? We are having fun on our NOOB vs PRO accounts here. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good Saturday morning. If it's not morning, I hope you're having a good Saturday evening.
Either
Yeah.
way, it's another beautiful day.
Yeah, either way, it's a beautiful day. All right, so what's the plan, son? What are you currently
That's a
doing?
good
You're in
question.
Doom Tower right now. Are you working floors? You're just pushing up the
Yep.
floors?
Yeah, I didn't get to play that much last night, so I've just got all the catching up to do. I got to do arena, live arena, Doom Tower, faction wars, champion training. The list continues.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely doing the champion training on this account. The champion training it's an event this time. But yeah, this is the one I'm going to push. So let's see. So here's the track. And there's a legendary skill tome all the way out at 12,000 points with a primal shard, an immortal soulstone, and epic tome in front of it. And then the Halloween points are there. I mean, there are 100 Halloween points on this track. I don't know. It's a fairly... I mean, this is basically what these champion training, tournaments and events like this event track looks like. We basically have this same track all the time or something very similar.
Yeah.
And it feels decent to me. It doesn't feel wonderful. It's like 12,000 points is a lot of champion training points. But when you're not doing the full fusion, when you're on an account like this where you're like, I'm not doing the full fusion, sometimes, and I know you've done this, you're just like, I should do the full champion training because I need to train up 60s anyway. I always need to be training at this stage of the account. So why not just do it all during a champion training event? Go out, get that primal shard, get that legendary tome, like add value there. And then when there isn't a champion training event, just work on other stuff.
Yep, exactly.
And that's basically what you've been doing for the last month. You've been burning through every champion training tournament and event. And so, I'm curious, how many legendary tomes are you sitting on right now?
I can check right after this fight, but yeah, that's probably got a fair number.
Because you fully booked your you fully booked your Wukong.
Yeah, and I've got 4 more legendary books on top of that.
Okay. Now I'm sitting at 12, and I think Wukong takes, what does he take? 11? It's 8. 11. So I've only got 1 extra. So you've picked up at least 2 more than me.
3, I believe.
3 more than me. And you've basically done all of that through the champion training stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, let me get in here and start cleaning up a little bit.
Champion training for days.
Yeah. How many 60s do you have?
Seven or 8.
Well, which one is it, son? Is it 7 or is it 8?
Is it 8? Is it almost 9? Oh yeah, I didn't count Miscreated Monster. Yeah, so I've got 8, I believe.
You got 8. So I'm still sitting on
Maybe
6, and I'm working towards my 7th. And my 7th will be Cold Heart, who, by the way, at 50 is already doing crazy good work for me. Like, you get her to that 70% crit rate or over, and you get her some decent crit damage, and that Heartseeker, it's beautiful. It's just so good. It's just so good. I'm not even fully mastered yet. Like, I can't wait. This
Oh yeah, I have 9 6-stars.
You have 9 6-stars. Yeah, you are pulling ahead. You're definitely pulling ahead. So I'm gonna be focusing all my efforts on champion training over the next few days. And we'll see what we can do. See if we can start catching up to you a little bit.
I don't think this team could win.
Are you in is that a secret room?
Secret room, yeah.
What's the secret room?
All defense champions.
You've got some good ones. It's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough without sustain or a 60 or some, it's like, it's just tough.
Yeah, just figured I'd see how brutal it was. Oh, gotta do the live arena too. Everybody can watch me get my behind handed to me.
Nice self edit there. Mid sentence. Get my butt handed to me.
My behind.
All right, give me the tactical considerations here. Walk me through it.
All right, I'm gonna pick Deacon and Wukong. Deacon first, so if it gets blocked by a bot, it'll be Deacon, not Wukong. Then Kale Fane, and then Sylar.
And then Sylar.
At least for right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Until I get my Miscreated and stuff like that better. And since he has a Wukong, no matter what, we're just gonna block out the Wukong, and he's gonna block my Wukong, and then I'm gonna lose. That's the tactical consideration.
Seems okay. I mean, he does have 2 buff strips, but yeah, you take the Wukong. Now he doesn't have a speed aura, and you do. So you should go first.
Yeah. I should go first, but
How fast is your Sylar?
she's pretty fast. She's actually faster than my Kale.
She in a stun set?
Yep.
You got a shot here. I mean, depends how tanky the Madame Saris is. That always has an impact.
Is that the witchy lady?
Yep.
Yeah, she just gets 1 shot.
So she also has a buff strip and a drop defense on her. Running the Trunda in the lead for the extra attack makes sense. But potentially you could lap this team. Oh, maybe not. That Artac looks, is it the Artac looks pretty fast?
I think she hits hard enough.
Why? I hate people who do stuff like this. Like, why?
Did he go AFK? Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, when you opened, you killed the Madame Saris, but you could have potentially gone up against the Trunda and try to kill the Trunda there. And that, Fane might not have killed her, but might have weakened her enough for the Kale to kill her. And then,
Yeah.
the Madame Saris would have been alive, which would have been frustrating. But without the Trunda, they might not have had the damage to take you off the board.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It is always that debate. It's like if you have a single target nuker, who do you pick? Do you pick a support? Do you pick the reviver? Do you pick the nuker? They didn't have a reviver that time, but man, my voice is awful this morning.
Is that the Cow King?
The Cow King.
I don't think I've ever seen that champion before.
Yeah, Loriaka, I think her name is. She was a fusion not too long ago, maybe like 4 or 5 months ago. Not a very good champion. I didn't bother with her. Most people didn't.
Oh, he has Apothecary. I'll run Apothecary too. Just for funsies.
Instead of your Sylar?
Yep.
How fast is your Apothecary?
He is 230s, 240s, somewhere around there.
Oh, he's your fastest champ?
Yeah. He'll probably lap the enemy team. He usually does. All right. Gonna hope not to weak hit.
Right. That's where I hit auto and let the AI take it home.
Nope, I want them to know it's me. The counterattack did it. There you go.
Good win. Where have you been putting your area medals?
I haven't put them anywhere yet.
Do you have an idea about where you want to go with them?
Not yet. Mr. Verdan says the sun shows Saturday. Kind of like that. Like the sound of that. It's got a nice ring to it.
All right. While you're playing, let me say hello to chat out there. Let me see. So how many of you are doing the fusion? That's what I'm curious about. And I want to hear the level of the account of anybody who has decided to take the fusion on, because I'm curious. I'm curious about people who feel like this fusion is a good value and it's worth going for. So if you have decided to go for this fusion, let me know. And let me know what level your account is. And also, you know what? Let me know what level your account is if you've decided not to go for the fusion. I think this is one of those fusions that is in the middle ground where some players would think this could be a very good progression champion. Other players will pick it up simply because they can, and why not? It's a decent fusion. And you might get the duo, and the duo seems like it could be very valuable. And then a lot of people will be like, it's not enough for me to use up my resources for a champion that is not top tier. And I think they're all legitimate positions. Like it's one of those weird spots where that seems to be what the fusion is. It's that middle ground that everybody can be right, even if they have very different opinions, you know? So I'm just curious what the opinions are out there. Let me see. Who do I need to level up? I'll level up this. All right. All right, so let's see what people are saying. Mr. Fudan says, yes, your voice is bad. Stop talking. So you said the sun shows Saturday, but you didn't tell me the first part of what he said. Guys, what do you think about Kaya the Rye? I just randomly pull her. Congratulations. That is the duo for Timid the Fool. So if you're doing the fusion, that's very good. I think she's good. I think she's better with Timid. I think Timid's good. I think he's better with Kaya. I think the duo could be really interesting. I think they could be good for progression. They're going to do some interesting things together. That being said, neither one is OP. And so it kind of depends on where you are with your account. Undersized Tic Tac says, I knew Demitha was great, but oh my god, I pulled her recently, just built her fully booked and mastered. Not optimized, but can now 3-key Ultra Nightmare and almost 1-key Nightmare. Yeah, she's that good. Even an untuned, unkillable champ, like a block damage champ, can give you crazy progression in Clan Boss. Okay, let me see here. Great Dane says, I am doing the fusion. He is level 72. And then Shane says, not doing it at level 47. Dark the Enigma says, no, I have not at level 70. So we've got a level 72 doing it and a level 70 avoiding it. Demon King says, nope, the fusion is useless. I don't think any legendary is completely useless, but I understand that response. That's how a lot of people feel when it's a not even a subpar fusion, when it's just an average fusion. Like we are so used to getting these crazy good fusions, and every year there are like 4 champions that stand out above all the rest. So like when you look back at Newt, like Newt was a fusion we had just a few months ago, and how crazy strong he is. He's one of the best fusions that we've ever seen. And then you go to this guy, a few months later, and you're like, yeah, the difference between Newt and Timid is there's a gulf there in between these two champions. That doesn't mean that Timid is useless. However, depending on your account and where you are, he may not add value to your roster, and in that case, he may feel useless, and that's what I understand about it. But I actually think he's kind of low key, pretty good, and I think people are going to find some value for him. Bill says, "What fusion can't be bothered grinding masteries?" That's a good attitude. Sometimes you just gotta, you gotta optimize the roster you have. Okay. Mario says 60. He's not doing it. Demon King is 56. Not doing it. Steve is at 100. Not doing it. Good old Evie says main account level 44 and not sure I want it. That's fair. That's fair. It may also be kind of tricky to do at level 44 unless you're a spender. Dark the Enigma says, what are you laughing at? What are you seeing?
This fight is just ridiculous.
Oh.
I keep seeing his entire team. I can't beat him. I've taken like 7 turns to his 2. Oh, I miscalculated that. Oh, that was fun.
Dark the Enigma says, didn't do my champ right. That's why I watch you now to fix my champs. All right. Well, I'm glad I can help. Building your champs properly is really important to get the value that you have on your roster. Crashdown 96 says, hard pass 53. Hey, Crash. Good to see you. Tulsi says, no place for a one-skill champ who needs lots of resources. I've heard several people call him a one-skill champ, and I don't see him that way. I don't see him as a one-skill champ. I think he's got a decent kit. But sometimes that's the thing. It's like, oh, there's only one skill that he brings that's valuable to my roster, and so he's a one-skill champ. But I think the AoE extra turn into the AoE is fairly interesting. You can do a lot with like a stun set there. When you get 2 different AoE, so you have 2 chances to proc a stun set, you could use that. He's got sustain on his A1 that's actually pretty significant. Plus, if you pair him up with his duo, like they may be able to duo most dungeons or most, like they could probably duo most floors in Doom Tower, which would be kind of interesting. So Don Kelly says, free to play, 280, not enough time to get it all done, plus a 0 for 6 infusions, not going to stress it. Yeah, if you haven't been successful in past fusions, saving up and just taking a pass on a few in a row, and then saying, okay, I'm going to get it right, study up, prepare, and then go for a really big fusion, that's a good call. I'm not sure what the 280 means. Free to play 280. He's level 280. That's pretty high. Dusty, 195 days. I think he might be good, but not great champ. Just hoarding for now. That's fair. And I do think if you think the champ is good but not good enough, that's one thing. If you think he's a trash champ, that's a completely different thing. And sometimes I get frustrated when I've got like, I'll do a video on a fusion champion. This has happened a few times. And I'm not calling anybody out here, but I will say this is a frustration of me as a content creator, but also as a player. I will do a fusion review or preview on a champion. And I'll say that this is a good progression champion. I think he's solid. And like my assessment is not for my level 99 account. My assessment is for like the population in general. This guy is going to be useful to a fair number of players, and he's going to be pretty solid on their rosters, depending on what their rosters look like. And then I've got a bunch of level 100, like 3-year veterans come in and be like, this is total trash. Don't waste your time. I'm like, yep. That comment sets me off, because it's fine for you to think this is a trash champion for my account and I'm not going to waste my time. But when your comments go public, and I've got a bunch of my viewership is relatively lower level, right? Like I've got a lot of newer players, intermediate players, players in mid game. And I like to think I'm giving them good advice. And then I've got people contradicting me in my comments, but from a perspective that is completely unique to their place in the game. And so I don't like calling any champion trash, because the truth of the matter is the judgment of how good a champion is completely different based on what your roster is and where you are in the game and how many resources you have and all of those things. So I think that this guy is potentially a very good, like some people are going to fuse this guy and be incredibly happy that they did. I don't think that's going to be the majority experience. I think most people who fuse him, they're going to find some value for him. And then some people may regret fusing him. I mean, that's just part of it. Sometimes you fuse a champion, you're like, I'm not doing much with this champion. But I think in general, for the balance for the community, one of the things that we want to remember is like some of these fusions, like in order for some fusions to be really good, others need to be average. And I think this is about an average fusion, which means he'll help some people and he won't help others. Will C says level 76, doing it only because I was doing the Halloween event. Yeah, and that's the other thing about this particular one. I think there's more value in doing this guy than there is for a fusion champion of this tier, simply because you're going to get like a third or 40% of the way there just from doing the Halloween event. Bill says, I mean, the fusion champ isn't bad, but not for me. Have way too much stuff in the game to do. And that's a really good, healthy like mindset, especially for a free-to-play player. Like sometimes you just have to shut, kind of put blinders on, shut your eyes to what's going on around and just say, I've got to focus on a couple of things here. I've got to grind some gear. I've got to get some masteries. I got to, 6-star 2 or 3 new champions that I know are going to help my account. And I can't be distracted by all of these bells and whistles that Plarium keeps throwing at me. And I was thinking about this week, actually, probably right after last weekend's stream, that the activity level in Raid has been steadily rising. Right? Like the amount of stuff to do.
It does feel like that.
Has been accelerating. I mean, there was a day, it was probably like 3 weeks ago. There was a day where all of a sudden for like 12 hours, we had no tournaments. There were no live tournaments at all. And it was the first time it had happened in like 3 months. And it used to be that was like a bi-weekly occurrence. That, like one day a week you would get into the game and like there wouldn't be any live tournaments. And then like 3 days later, there wouldn't be any live events. It wasn't the main like thing, but usually, you could go into the game and be like, oh, there's only one tournament today. Okay, great. I'll do that tournament. But now there's always 3, 4, 5 events going on. They've got like an overarching meta event, like the Halloween Titan Fusion. They had the UDK Titan event. I'm sorry, not the Titan Fusion, the Halloween Titan event and the Fusion, or they had, the UDK Titan event, or they've got a path, like, something path, or they've got, 4 or 5 different events. Or, the shard events now are just butt-ended up against each other. Like as soon as the portal never shuts down. The portal shut down for like 24 hours last week. And I was like, this is the first time the portal had shut down in like 3 weeks. Like there wasn't a glow being shot out of the portal. So I think the activity level is climbing. And if that's happening, it gets harder and harder to stop kind of the chaos and focus on what you need to focus on. And if you're a new player and you come up with this crazy level of activity, like it's harder. It's harder now to be a new player than it was a year ago. Not in the sense that like you get a lot of resources now. You get more resources now as a new player than you've ever gotten. But it's harder to know what to do. It's just harder to make the decision about where do I go? Where do I spend my time? How do I focus? And there's also, it's like, if you're just trying to do everything that's available to you, the number of hours a day you have to play this game is getting prohibitive, right? Because it used to be that I could play 3 hours a day, and now I have to play 5, and 5 is like, if I'm being really efficient and I'm ignoring stuff, I can play this game 12 hours a day. Like on my Lobby account, I'm playing 2 accounts, so it's kind of crazy. How many hours a day do you think you actively play your account right now, son?
Yeah, I'd probably put it in that range if we want to say actively.
Yeah, about 5 hours.
Yeah, 4 or 5 hours.
And then how many hours in addition to that do you think the game is just kind of passively playing in the background?
Oh, I mean, it's just running all day.
Yeah.
Whether it's doing something, I mean, if I've run out of auto battles, it's more the kind of thing where I'll have it going and I'll click, okay, do this battle, and I come back 10 minutes later and it's only done 1 round, and I'll click it, do it again, whenever I can remember. So it's just running all day long.
Yeah. All right, Siloth here says my account is level 54, and on day 44, it's too early for me to worry about doing a fusion. I agree. I think that's a good call. Steve says, no kidding, hard to sit on resources with everything going on. Yeah, and the FOMO is building, right? The more stuff they put into the game, the more you think about what you're missing out on if you don't do it. Right? You're like, oh, there's a primal shard over there. Oh, there's a book over here. Oh, there's some free energy. Oh, there's, they're Halloween points. I need the souls. I need this, that, and the other thing. Like, we've spent basically what amounts to a month in this Halloween event going for a 4-star soul. It's like 25 days of events for a 4-star soul. That's all it is. It's just one 4-star soul. Now, there are other, resources, rewards that you get on the way there, both in the single events and then on the track for the souls. But that's the big goal, a 4-star soul. And we've spent 25 days doing that. That's a lot. That's a lot. Now, I enjoy the fact that it's a Halloween themed thing. I think they've mixed in some cool events. I really liked the Fire Night event, the Fire Night tournament that they did with all 4 Halloween factions. I thought that was the best event in the whole thing. So that was cool because it's a challenge, but it was wide enough with 4 factions that pretty much everybody could get in on it. And then I thought the reward track was pretty good. And that lined up with the Prism Shard event, which we both used to good effect, I think. And so that felt pretty good. But the first 4 tournaments that were all faction specific, I wasn't a fan. Bill says, I'm more thinking about what laptop to buy than the Fusion right now. Want to play City Skylines 2, and my current 10-year-old MSI doesn't have the specs for it. Yeah, I had an MSI that eventually died on me, and I switched back to a desktop from the laptop because you can get more power for cheaper, and I have the space for it, so that's what I did. But I kind of miss having a laptop. I miss just having like a computer I can pick up, take with me, go somewhere. Like when I go on, if I go on holiday with my wife or something, we go to visit family or something, like I just have to walk away from my computer and be like, I can't take it with me. I've got a 32-inch monitor here. What am I going to do with that? So, so yeah, I would like to get another laptop. Ephemeral, how you doing, buddy? Says true. I'm sorry, son. What was that?
I was just saying desktops for the win.
Yeah.
Best.
I love having my desktop back. I didn't have a desktop for like 7 years, and now I'm like, it's awesome. But I mean, each form factor has its advantages, right? It's really nice to have a laptop, and go use your PC in bed. There are times when I just want to lie down when I'm playing a game, and I'm like, no, I can either play on my phone or I can sit at my desk and play on the computer, but I can't take my laptop into bed the way I used to and just chill or on the couch or something while you're watching a show in the background, So, my wife only uses laptops, and she almost never uses it at a desk. You know what I mean? Like sometimes she sits down for work, and when she's at work, she uses a laptop at work. But when she's home, she's like on the couch or she's in bed or she's just, whatever. She's got her laptop open. And it just seems so nice. And hers is a nice little 13-inch MacBook. So it's lightweight and really small, kind of thin. So it's just convenient. My MSI was a 17-inch behemoth with a fan that sounded like a jet engine. And so when that thing finally died, it was funny because the fan started to go. And you could tell because it had like a turbo boost fan. So you had the fan on and then you'd hit the turbo boost and it would go, and it would it gets super loud and pump out the air. But I could tell that the turbo boost wasn't really doing it anymore. I'd hit turbo boost and it would go I was like, uh-oh, that's not a good sign. And the MSI, man, that was the hottest computer I ever owned. You could not put it on your lap. There was no way you could have it on your lap. All right, Dark the Enigma says, it makes you use money and keep you engaged to stay in the game. Yes, absolutely. Good old Evie says, I just got back into it. Recently took a break from the game for like 2 or 3 months. I think that's healthy. You know, taking breaks from games is something that I do periodically, just to get away from stuff. I don't know that I'm going to be able to do that with Raid as long as I have this channel. There's like no way to get away from Raid for me right now.
Yeah, you're kind of locked in.
Yeah, we're locked in. Brian says, my main account is only level 59, and I'll get the Syl 180-day reward later in November. No plans to fuse the clown. I hate clowns. That, by the way, is a completely valid and legitimate reason to not fuse this dude. He is creepy looking, and if you have one of those, I forget what the name of it. There's a name of it, the phobia for clowns. If you have that phobia, then yeah, stay away from this guy. Will C has a question. For Live Arena, where do you spend your area bonuses? They all seem to be quality of life kind of things. Is there something late game I should be thinking about for when I get there? You can focus on Fire Knight. Some people do that. For hard mode Fire Knight, you want as many stats as you can get for a hard mode Fire Knight. But if you're early in the game, I think I spread mine around a little bit. I've focused on... I think I focused on Clan Boss, basically. I think I focused on Clan Boss at the beginning. And then, you know, you could put some points in Spider, put some points in Fire Knight. One of the things that I'm thinking about with area bonuses is I want to get my level 20 dungeons as quickly as possible. Because that also helps me get Arbiter, but that helps me farm more efficiently. So I'm thinking about the dungeons, and I'm thinking about the Clan Boss. Now, one of the things you have to worry about with the Clan Boss is if you put points into speed, you have to account for the speed change when you start speed tuning. And that's not a problem. Like, you can do that, but it's just one extra thing to track. So, you know, you can focus on ignore defense and crit damage, or you can focus on accuracy if you need accuracy. And then I think Spider, Fire Knight, and Dragon, you know, those are all decent areas to put it. Dragon's the easiest, so it's usually the one you'll get to 21st, so you may not need to put points there. In Ice Golem, I probably wouldn't put points into any of the damage dealing abilities. I would go with like speed, HP, defense, resistance. You know, get those stats there. Oh, there's a lot of hearts flying. Thank you very much. Yeah, don't forget to like the stream, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Consider joining our Discord community. And remember to join us on Tuesday when we give away free account takeovers. Bill says, true, desktops are better for the price, but I haven't really looked back since buying a laptop, and I don't want to use up much space. Yeah, if you don't have the space for it, laptops are really convenient because you can get like a nice setup where you can use your laptop as your desktop. So what I actually did with my laptop is I had an external monitor and I had an external keyboard. And so I'd get to my desk, sit down, and I would have the two monitors and I would have the full-size keyboard. And then I could just unplug it and take the laptop with me to work or whatever. And that was really convenient. So I liked that setup. That was nice. Swish. Hello, Colred. Hello, son. You guys hyped me with your last chart opening video. I think you made me go for the fusion. Okay, well, yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed the video, and good luck with the fusion. I hope you get it. Gamer Mobile says, hate this fusion. Fair enough.
There we go.
Fair enough.
3. Got myself an ancient shard.
Karen says, I missed the free account takeover on Tuesday, so I'll hope to get it again this Tuesday. Holophobia, fear of clowns. Oof. Brian says, ironically, Colred, the fear of clowns is colrophobia. It's not a fear if you just think they are dumb, Steve says.
It's such a... It's a fear of you because you're a clown. Oh, I love it.
I got an RTAC, so Spider was my first 20, day 60, and I'm already doing Spider hard 1. Yeah, there you go. If you got an RTAC, Spider is easy. But if you started playing after RTAC,
yeah,
Spider's a whole different deal. YouTube's placement of that heart button is so odd. It is, and it's kind of frustrating. Real newbie here, says Lou Mac. Why does the bar turn gray on my enemies sometimes? When the bar fills with gray, that's a shield. So green is health, gray is shield, and shield is the same as health, but they just color code it so that you can know that it's only temporary health. So when the shield expires, the gray will go away. Or if you break it, the gray will go away. But you almost always, unless you have a mechanic to bypass shields on some champions, like Helicath does.
Or steal them.
Or steal. Yeah, but I mean, like if you're hitting them.
Yeah.
If you're hitting them, you won't hit the health. You will hit the shield first before you hit the health. Unless you have a champion who specifically has a skill that says will ignore shields, and then it will hit the health. Good old Evie said, did I hear free account takeover and where do I sign up? Yes, there are free account takeovers. Tuesday, we do our live stream at 2 p.m. Eastern time. And you have to join our Discord community. We do a live drawing. We try to get 3 free takeovers in, although sometimes I run a little bit long, like the last few weeks, and we only get 2 in. Zeph says, hey, Colred, sorry I missed takeover on Tuesday. I didn't get any notifications for some reason. Well, turn your notifications back on. Make sure they're on. Yeah, I'm sorry you missed it too.
Yep, those are some of our winners that, unfortunately, we never got a response from.
Yeah, sometimes that happens. We usually give about 10 minutes to make sure, we try to send messages in Discord to people. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen.
I think from now on, I'm also going to reset in between each poll.
Yeah.
Like reset the reactions just so that we just have live people.
Yeah, that'll streamline a little bit as well. Okay. So you're still running the live arena there?
Yep. And then I'm gonna set the setting to the clan members only, Don't tell anybody in the chat about that one.
We've had several Team Sun members win takeovers. We've had a few Team Cold Red. We've had a few Team Cold. Yeah.
The conspiracy is real.
Yeah. I enjoy the takeovers. The one we did the other day with Mike on Hydra, that was tricky. And he actually messaged me and he said that the rebuilds that I did on Vizix and Newt really worked out well for him. And he was able to change the team up, put those 2 champions on a different team. And he got 20 million on a single key on Hydra. So the team that I put together for him didn't quite work out, but the rebuilds I did trying to put together that team for him worked out. But Hydra is always such a beast that doing it in a 1 or 2 hour takeover is really tricky. Like when I redo my own Hydra teams, it typically takes a week. I'll rebuild and I'll tweak and sometimes you have to level up champions, get masteries. You have to find the gear for them. You're going to mess around with the different compositions. And so I hadn't really tried that level of Hydra takeover before. And it kind of worked and it kind of didn't. And I think the information was good. The information, the coaching information was good, but the ultimate result was not as impressive as some of the other takeovers that I've been able to pull off. So that's actually motivated me to get back into Hydra a little bit as soon as I can find, any time at all. As soon as I can find a moment to get into Hydra and actually pay attention to it. I'll start working on some mechanics for myself, start looking into it a little bit more. But so that one was a little bit tricky. But I think, in general, when we do arena takeovers, that's the easiest one for me. Not Hydra Clan Boss, regular Clan Boss. Regular Clan Boss is a little bit tricky because there's so many possibilities. There's just so many possibilities. And generally, when you're doing a Clan Boss rework, you either need a lot of silver and a lot of energy and time because you have to rebuild 2, 3, 4 champions sometimes. Or you have to just tweak what's there. And sometimes you tweak what's there and that really helps. I think the week before we got somebody from a 20 million 1 key to a 36 million 1 key or 36 million per key on Ultra Nightmare, which is a 2 key Ultra Nightmare from a 4 key Ultra Nightmare. And so that was really nice improvement with primarily taking the same team and just retweaking it, making a few changes. But But yeah, that I like the challenge of Clan Boss. I really like that puzzle. Hydra, I want to like it more than I do, I think. I liked it more before I got my Mithrala. After I got my Mithrala, I'm kind of like, eh. All right, so son, so how many have you won over there? How you doing?
I have won, I don't know, 3 or 4, somewhere around there.
You pull your extra 5 tokens?
Yep. Or no, not yet. Did I? Shoot, I can't remember. I'm trying to. I just realized the video is done rendering, so I'm doing all that stuff right now.
Ah, gotcha. All right. Well, let's swap over here. So now what I'm doing is I'm getting into champion training a little bit.
This poor guy's having to deal with me doing not the game, but now we're back.
Sometimes that happens to me in live arena where I'll like click into live arena and my opponent will basically be AFK. And so I'll stare at the screen for 2 minutes and do like one thing. And then like as soon as the timer pops for the next turn, I'll alt tab out because I'm like, this guy's going to take a minute before his turn happens. And so I'll alt tab out and I'll like go play my other account for a second. And then I'll forget about the fact that I was playing live arena. And I'll come back like 5 minutes later and I've lost the fight. And I'm like,
yeah.
Oh, this drives me nuts. Like, I think if you play live arena, you should be there. You should be making decisions. And the people who like do that, and I do think some people do it on purpose. They're like, I can't win based on my roster or my skill level, but I can be irritating enough that some people will bail out, you know, and I'll just take the maximum amount of time. Like, that's a thing you could do with your life, I suppose.
Yeah. I think I saw somebody ask me something. Contributor, son, what's that shirt? It is from Critical Role, Strong Jaw Ale.
You
Just
are
nice little graphic tee.
You are a Critical Role aficionado.
Yeah, not the latest campaign, but
No,
before that was my jam. I haven't had as much time to keep up with it.
Yeah, that's true. Now that you're playing Raid,
yeah, it's the Raid.
Changes
that's all it is.
Changes everything in your life. I was a happily married man. And I started playing Raid. I'm still a happily married man. No. But I feel like I haven't seen my wife in 3 months because I've been doing this YouTube thing.
All right, you've taken over. Take over for a minute. I'm gonna pour my coffee here.
Take over for a minute. He said.
Just do your thing. Have fun.
Hey, buddy, listen. It's your turn. It's your turn to shine. Why don't you go ahead and take the lead for a moment?
Some days you lose. I'll catch you later.
I'll share the glory with you just a little bit.
I don't know. You got people asking you about your shirt? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Oh, I just got a green tea on today, so yeah, nothing exciting.
Maybe that's what I'll do instead. Make some green tea. That sounds pretty good.
Green tea, yeah. Yeah, I've got my tea right here in a green mug with a. That's a Godzilla. That's my wife's version of a Godzilla. She made me this mug. It's my favorite possession. It was a present. I think I forget if it was our 6-month anniversary or our first Christmas together, but it was one of those two. All right, so I got to check the champion training, see how we're doing. Champion. Got some Halloween points. That's good. We want to go and get these Halloween points. I'm probably just going to track. I don't know why I'm checking. I'm going to do as much as I can because I need 6 stars. I also need gear. I spent that entire 3 times speed drop thing in Dragon just farming that, and I got like 2 pieces, and they're not even good enough to replace any pieces on my Runekeeper Dazzdirk, which is the guy I need to go faster. So I think I replaced 1 piece on Deacon Armstrong and nothing on nobody else. But I have 1 or 2 pieces now sitting in the vault waiting for the right champion, so that's good. But yeah, let's keep doing this training here. What do I need next? Do I have 2 stars? Nope. Okay, so I just need to run up some 3 stars now. I think we can do, whoops, 3 stars, not 2 stars. We can do at least a few. I think we can do 3 3-stars. I always feel like on this account, I never have enough brews. And I was wondering if it was the kind of thing where it's like, oh, do I not have enough brews because I'm not doing something right? And then I realized, no, I'm doing fine, I think. It's just that there are so many champion training events that you're just constantly burning all these brews.
I was about to say, I'm looking at your brew numbers and I'm going, man, must be nice. I've burned through so many doing all the champion trainings.
Yeah. I'll show you my main account later. I got over 4,000 void brews, I think. I've got like 2,500, 2,400 of each of the other ones. Now, granted, on that account, I didn't even know about the brew trick for like the first 8 months of my account. So like I was just saving them. I was just like, why use them? Why not just go into campaign, farm up experience that way, get silver, and like not use the brews? Like, why use the brews? I was like, there'll be times where I'll get a new champion. I'll just want to 6-star them instantly. And I can do that with brews. This was before like the barrels and the feasts and stuff. And then once I realized about the XP trick, then I started using that. And then I was like, okay, well, I got to save brews for that. Most of my champion training, like events and tournaments on my main account, I do in about 2 hours total. Like I'll put some energy into it. I'll try to be efficient in like Dragon Dungeon. I'll like solo or duo Dragon, either 20 or 25, and I'll run up food there. And I can do that in all of the dungeons a little bit. And then I will run campaign a little bit just because I want to get like mystery shards and stuff. But then I'll just wait until the last 2 hours of the tournament, and then I'll get all of my points through brew work. And it's just nice because it alleviates like the time investment. It's not so much that it's the most efficient way to do it. It's just that I don't have to spend 20 hours grinding. Like I can do it in 2 hours instead.
Yeah, that's nice.
I realize that since becoming a content creator, I have become less efficient in my playstyle. I mean, part of it is because my main account is fairly advanced, and like super efficiency isn't necessarily what I need there. What I need is finding specific value. So even if you're less efficient, but you're getting more value, like in terms of roster stuff, that tends to be important. Like what I did yesterday with the shard pulls and getting the legendary tomes. Like that, the legendary tomes are so valuable to me now that they're worth shard pull inefficiency. Like if you can trade 1 sacred shard for 1 legendary tome, that is an incredibly good trade for me at that point. Whereas it wouldn't be on this account, it'd be like, no, that's not good. I need champions on this account. But on that account, I don't need champions. Like if I never pulled another champion, I would still be fine. I'd like to pull some. I'd really like a Duchess. I'd really like a Duchess. I'd really like a Kymar. I'd really like a bunch of champions. I'd really like a Geomancer. That'd be nice. But I don't need those champions to complete everything. Whereas I do need books. I need tons of books. I need like 100. I didn't need more than 100. I need like 300 legendary tomes on that. on that account.
Yeah, that's another reason I've been doing a lot of champion training is because there's a lot of free legendary books there.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. Now we're up to the 4 stars. I think we can get 2 of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not quite. We can get 1 though. I think I'm gonna do the I just think I'm gonna do the 3 brews instead of the 4 brews that I normally do. I don't want to burn through my brews too fast. Oops, that's a 3-star. 4-star.
Dark the Enigma is asking, trick? What XP trick? What brew trick?
I'll show you in just a second. Let me just handle this. Okay, so this is what I've been doing with the champion training right now. So when you're doing champion training, whether it's a tournament or event, you get points for levels that you put into your champions. You don't have to take them to 30 if they're a 3-star or 40 if they're a 4-star. Just whatever points you can get on them can be helpful. And the lower levels they require less XP and they give the same number of points. So going from level 39 to level 40 gives you the same number of points as going from level 1 to level 2. So what you can do is when you have food, like I just had, like I'm feeding champions. So let's say I have like this level 30, right? So I want to take Spy Master up to 4 stars. So I can go ahead and I can pop these 3 stars in. They're all level 1, and I can convert that Spy Master into a 4-star champion. Or what I can do is I can go and say, you know what? I want to get points out of this food. So I'm going to take the 3-star champion. I'm going to upgrade level. So let's say I go down to this 3-star champion. So now I have Skull Squire. Now Skull Squire is going to be food, but I pop 2 brews into him. And so this gets me 15 levels on the 3-star, which gives me however many points. We'll see how many points. Oh, no, it's an event, not a tournament. So you don't get the point. I don't know why you don't get the point update for the events. That just annoys me. But so I got 14 levels here, right? I went from 1 to 15. So those 14 levels get me points. And because they're relatively cheap levels in terms of the amount of experience that you have to put into it to get them, you can see like if I put in another 2 brews, I would only get 5 more levels, right? So the first 2 brews got me 14 levels. The next 2 brews actually only get me 4 levels. So I'm not going to do that, but you can take up your champions just a few levels, 1 or 2 brews, maybe 3 brews, 4 brews, depending on how many stars they have. And that's going to get you a lot of extra points in the champion training. Now I use this champion as food, and I just repeat that. So the brews don't go into your champions that you're leveling, because you want to level them in like Minotaur to be really efficient, get the masteries on them and stuff like that. Or you want to level them in campaign, or you want to, whatever, you can level them as you play with them. But your food, you can level here with brews. So 95% of my brews go into food champions, not into champions that I'm running up. So for instance, one of the champions that I'm running up right now is Doom Priest. She's level 45. All of that experience has come from campaign, faction crypts, dungeons, Minotaur. Like that's where she's gotten the majority of her XP. Now, when I first leveled her to 5-star, I put like 2 brews or 3 brews into her to get her up to like level 10, so she wasn't super squishy and didn't have stats. But then I just ran her where I normally would, and she's gotten stronger and stronger as I've run her. So I've gotten free experience because I'm running the dungeons for a different purpose, but I'm getting the experience while I'm doing that. So if I take her, I forget where I was last using her. I was using her in Doom Tower where you don't get experience. But let's say if I wanted to take her into, Dragon's Lair. So I'm like, okay, I'm up to stage 19 here. I could go in here and I could potentially pull out, let's say I could pull out Stag Knight and put in Doom Priest, run it like this, and every run will get me points in addition to my drops. If I could do this, let's say, optimally, what you would like to do is be able to get to stage 20 and run stage 20 with one champion. So if I could actually get a champion who was a good soloer, I don't currently really have a potential solo champion. But let's say I did get one. Let's say I could get one, then you would say, okay, let's say Athel was my solo champion. And then I come down here and I put 4 food champions in here. Athel's still going to be able to farm stage 20. I'll do that during a dragon tournament, during a CVC, try to get as many dips into the resources as possible so I can get a quad dip or, like every place you get value from, that's another dip. So normally when you come in here, just normally with a full team, you're getting 1 times value. You're just getting the drops. That's all you're getting. If you can do it during a dragon tournament, that would be a double dip. If you can do that dragon tournament during a CVC, that would be a triple dip. If you can do that dragon tournament during a CVC with food champions, that's a quadruple dip. If you can do that with all of that, plus it's a champion training event, that's a 5-time dip, right? And so now, like, you're getting more and more value for each and every point of energy you put into this. So that's the goal, is to optimize, especially if you're a free-to-play player, you want as many resources, as many returns, as many rewards for your resources as you can get. So, for instance, when we had the Strategos Island fusion just 2 months ago, one of the reasons why I was pushing that champion so strongly is because I think he's going to be a fantastic solo champion. I know he is a fantastic solo champion. So he can be, for like a mid-level account, like a mid-game account, he can be your solo champion for Dragon. He could be your solo champion for Minotaur. So now when you come in here, like in Minotaur, when you run stage 15, you don't want to run food champions here. That doesn't make sense because you don't want them stealing your scrolls. But if I have, let's say I 6-starred Coldheart here, and I've 5-starred Doom Priest, right? If I had a solo champion who could do this, I could just put these champions in there with my solo champion. And now, in addition to getting scrolls on those champions, they're getting XP in Minotaur, where I need to grind up their masteries anyway. So I wouldn't do that with Coldheart right now because she's capped, but I could do it with Doom Priest. And you could do this scenario. If I just wanted scrolls on one champion, I could do this. She would get 50% of the XP, which would be pretty good. And so she would level up relatively quickly. She would get her masteries very quickly. The solo champion has full masteries, has full XP, so isn't pulling the masteries away, the scrolls away from, your additional champion. But if I had other champions that I wanted to run up, let's say I was running up this champion and I was running up this champion and she wasn't 50. And let's say I had another champion that I knew I was going to run up. I don't have another one really here, but it doesn't matter. Let's say I was doing Wukong and, I just turned him into a 6-star. Now, 80% of the experience is going into the champions who need it. It will take more runs because they're splitting scrolls 4 ways now. But, so if you have a Strategos Island who can solo Minotaur, and can solo Dragon, and can solo Doom Tower Waves, and can solo, like all this other stuff, like can solo everything, can solo the world, basically. It's like you can find ways to get value out of that champion on a team, or you can find ways to get extra value out of that champion just as a solo champion. And I think it's incredibly important. I waited over a year to build my first solo champion. And I think basically the first opportunity you get to get a really high tier, reliable solo champion, especially for Dragon, this is the easiest one to solo. You should do that. And so Strategos Island was just like the perfect champion to do that. Plus you get value in Hydra. You can get value in Clan Boss. You can get value in Dungeons. You can get value everywhere. Like he's a crazily good champion. But yeah, building your first solo champion is really valuable. And usually your first solo champion will only solo either Dragon or Dragon in the Ice Golem. Those would be the 2 dungeons you can solo. It's really hard and a much different thing to be able to solo Spider's Den or Fire Knight's Castle. There are only a few champions in the game who could do those kinds of things. Spider's Den is easier than Fire Knight's. Fire Knight's is very, very hard. In fact, I don't know if there's anybody who solos it. There are a couple of duo teams I'm familiar with, but I don't know if anybody can solo it. Or like what you would need to do, how you would need to build that champion to solo Fire Knight's Castle. So, yeah. So that's why I'm doing my champion training that way. How are you doing on Silver, son? Hey, son.
Can you not hear me? Is my mic not working?
Your mic was not working. You're drinking your tea, your green tea.
I made some coffee.
Coffee.
I just spent some on unlocking more champion slots and upgrading gear, but I'm at like 4.55 million, somewhere around there.
I've been able to save up 11 million.
Nice.
Yeah.
I was at 7 million earlier. I was like, this is the most silver I've ever had, and then 3 hours later, it's gone.
Yeah, I'm getting to the point where like it's kind of burning a hole in my pocket, but I don't really have great gear to level at the moment. Like I have some gear I could level. But I also don't want to get distracted. But when the first artifact enhancement event comes up, that's when I'm going to spend it, because why not get some extra value on my my resources if I can.
That's a good call. Yeah, I got a bunch of rings and banners and stuff, so did some minor upgrades.
I got a bunch of good stuff from the Spider tournament. Unfortunately, it's for like champions and factions I don't have yet. Like I've got a bunch of accuracy banners with speed, got a bunch of crit rate amulets with accuracy. I got a bunch of resistance stuff. Like I got all these good pieces, and they're all in factions where I don't have a single 6-star champion, or I'm even close to running one up. But so that's nice, because as my roster fleshes out, I'll be able to look into that, that pile of gear and be like, oh, I've got something for this champion. But yeah, sometimes a nice banner, like when you get the right banner or the right amulet, can make a huge difference on a champion.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so I'm going to put you back in the lead here. I'm going to go talk to chat a little bit, see how everybody's doing. Mr. Fudan says, I don't get notified enough. Please tell me more often and with more enthusiasm. What do you need to be notified about, Mr. Fudan? Don Kelly says, have a good day, all. He's probably long gone. Lou Mac, thank you for answering. You're welcome. Mr. Fudan says, Armor only gets good when rank 6 and fully booked. Fully booked, yes, but you can get value out of Armor at 50, especially in the early game, you can. But eventually you're going to want a 6-star, and he's cheap to 6-star, right? Because you don't have to, all you need to do is get the food. So when you're in a moment in your roster where you don't have a good legendary or epic to run up, then you start looking at rares and uncommons and say, is this the moment? I don't have legendary books. I don't have a good champion to run up. Is this the moment where I can like get Armiger to 6 stars? It's rare that you want to rush an uncommon or a rare to 6 stars. Every once in a while you do. Like I have Cold Heart. I'm rushing her to 6 stars. But it's very rare. Unless you pull an Apothecary or a Cold Heart, or maybe you pulled like an Heiress and you really want her for a clan boss comp, like you could rush a rare up. But typically you just sit on your good rares until there's a dead moment in your progression where you're like, I literally don't have a legendary or epic to go after. May as well bring up a rare. Switch asks, is Mithrala that much of a game changer? Why is she so good? She is incredibly good. She's a huge game changer, and it's because she does so many things with her kit. She has a 2-hitter and poisons on her A1. I forget exactly which skill's which now. So one of her skills gives an increased attack, increased defense. Yeah, so I think it's her A2. Her A2 is her Hex. Her A3 is her Cleanse, I think. Let me go look. I'm going to go look. I may as well. I'm in game. Okay, so Mithrala right here. So yeah, her A2 is an AoE, places a Hex debuff, and the Hex debuff synergizes with her passive and can petrify people. Son, I gotta take you up the board here. Sorry. Plus, you get the increased defense and the increased attack on all allies. So it doesn't matter what your damage dealers do, they now do it better. Plus, increased defense makes everybody more survivable. Right? The A3 is a full cleanse on your whole team, plus a strengthen buff, plus a shield buff, equal to 30% of Mithrala's max HP, which her HP pool is pretty healthy at 20k. And so you've got a full cleanse, strengthen, and shield. Absolutely phenomenal. When the Hex is out there, not only does it work like a regular Hex, which magnifies your damage, but it also has this chance of petrification. And then she's really easy to build because every point of accuracy equals a point of resistance. So you build her with high accuracy, and that gives her high resistance. High accuracy is going to let you land all those debuffs. High resistance means she's not going to be CC'd when you need the cleanse. And so when you need the A3, she's going to be available to use it, because chances are her resist is so high, nobody's going to be able to CC her unless they have an irresistible CC like Sify does. Her base speed is really high at 109. Her stats are fantastic. She even has this huge aura of accuracy in all battles by 80%. So if you ever need extra accuracy, and remember, if you give her 80 extra accuracy, you're also giving her 80 extra resistance. She's void affinity, so she doesn't weak hit. I mean, the only thing that she doesn't have in her kit is turn meter. Like, I'm trying to think of what, and a revive. You know, she doesn't have turn meter and a revive. But yeah, she does the job of like 3 champions. So is she that much of a game changer? The answer is yes. And why is she so good? Because she does everything. Or close to everything. I hope that answered your question. Anyone know what the best event is to do if I have around 4K energy around the next 3 days? I would do champion training if you are early or mid game. That's definitely a great place to put 4K energy. Otherwise, consider picking up maybe the tournaments where you need gear. So going into Dragon when there's a Dragon tournament or whatever. I could look at the calendar, but I think the next tournament, I think the second tournament is Dragon, right?
Yes, I believe so.
So Dragon tournament should be starting probably soon. Let me see. Dragon tournament starts in 18 hours, 18 and a half hours. So if you need speed gear, lifesteal gear, that's where you want to go. Dragon tournament. Spider tournament's not a bad spot if you need accessories, you know, banners and whatnot. That would be a good place to put some energy. But champion training is great. The other nice thing about this current setup right now for Spider and Dragon is both of those tournaments are live during the Dungeon Divers. So you can get, like, this would be great. If you right now had a solo Dragon champion, you could get the Dragon tournament, you could get the gear, you could get the Dungeon Divers, and you could get champion training, all while getting Halloween points. Like, it would be a perfect time to do that. Even if you don't have a solo champion, if you have a duo or a trio, like, consider that. Another rare skill type. Very good. All right, let's see. What else have we got going on here?
My guy says I will go for that fragment summon clown just to use him as a chicken. Change my mind.
Truth says, yeah, I'm having much trouble in Hydra. Never did more than 6 million a key. It's okay. Sometimes that's all you need to do. It can be frustrating, but if you can get your 6 million a key, you can get your top chest on the first difficulty, and then maybe, you know, pick up the lowest chest on the second difficulty. And there you've got, you know, your 2 chests. If your clan is clearing out either of those difficulty levels, that takes you up to 3 chests. All of a sudden, you're getting your Mithrala relatively quickly. You're talking about like 15 or 16 weeks, something like that. Maybe a little bit longer. But yeah, if you could get her in 20 weeks, I mean, that's crazy. That's how long it takes you to get Yannicka in the clan shop. Not the clan shop. Is it the clan shop? Yeah, Yannicka's in the clan shop. It takes you 20 weeks to get her. So if you can get Mithrala in 20 weeks, she's 10 times better than Yannicka. You know, it's not even close. And Yannicka, by the way, is not a trash champion. I'm not saying that she is, but Mithrala is an account changer, whereas Yannicka is like a helpful champion in some places. That mug is bigger than my face. Well, it's also in front of my face, right? So there it is. It's a big mug. It is roughly the size of my face. It's hard to see. It's a big mug. I like big mugs, and I cannot lie. Show us the brew trick again. Pretend like I've never heard it before, because I'm forgetful like that. Mr. Fudan is the trolliest person we have in our in our community. I think he's constantly coming out and messing with us, and you know what? I appreciate it. It's fun because it's done with love. You can tell. You can tell. Sir says, I have to say, coming from a UX design company, Raid is so poorly done in terms of managing sorting artifacts. Yeah, and this is the better version. I mean, it's always been weak in terms of some of those quality of life stuff. Also worth noting, 3 stars, you use 2 brews, 4 stars, you use 3 brews, and 5 stars, you use 4 brews. Easy pattern, easy math. Yeah, you can. That's not the pattern I use, but that's a valuable pattern. I actually do a little bit more than that. I typically do, I do 2, 4, and 2, 4, and 8, I think, which is also an easy math pattern. Isn't also solo a guitar? I don't know. That would be cool though.
That it would.
Tributor says, Island is Bay. Of course he can solo guitar. Dark, can you do a video on solo champs in the future? In fact, I've already done one. It's called How to Build a Solo Champ or something like that. It is on the channel. It's got a picture. It's Time to Solo, I think, is what it says on the thumbnail. I forget what the actual video title is. But yeah, so if you want to know how to build a solo champion, it's out there already.
You're going to read 2 lines further down and see the link to the video.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Tulsi says, I think I've got a great roster, but I don't know how to create specific champ for specific locations. Yeah, so early in your account, you want to build a lot of generalists who are going to be good everywhere, but most champions have a primary purpose and you build them for that. So if you say, you know, I have a turn meter booster, then you want them as fast as possible. Why? Because the more turns they get, the more they boost everybody else's turn meter. And so speed is the primary role, or the primary stat, primary build for a turn meter booster. Now, let's say your turn meter booster is High Katoon, who also has a slow on her A1 and a decrease turn meter on her A3, I think it is, or A2, I guess A2. And then you could say, okay, maybe I want some accuracy. That would be a secondary role. And then you might think, well, I also want her to hit hard because I want as much damage on my team as possible. So now I've got damage. Well, that's a tertiary role. It's like, well, you don't really need that. You don't need all 3 roles. Build her for the first role first. And then as you improve in the game and your roster gets better and you collect more gear, You can get better gear onto her that's going to allow you to do 2 roles. And then eventually, maybe you start getting her into a 3rd role. But in most cases, I think one of the big mistakes that people have in terms of trying to optimize their rosters, they think I need damage on even my support champions because I'm trying to get every last drop of damage out of a team that I can. But in most cases, if you shift the stats into the primary purpose of that champion, that primary purpose will eventually get you more more damage, not out of that champion's hits, but out of the team composition's like overall performance. So if you think about it this way, speed is the universal multiplier. I always say that. If you get your High Katoon another 20 speed or 30 speed, she's going to come back around to her skills more quickly. She's going to get more speed boosts and turn meter fill onto your other champions, and that's going to allow them to go more often, which means more damage. And she does that without hitting harder. In fact, if you take away some of her damage to get her faster, your team may actually do more damage, even though she's hitting less hard than she was before. So you start by building champions for the roles that their primary roles, their primary purpose on your composition. Now, specialists are a little bit different. You may have 1 or 2 specialists early on. An arena nuker could be a specialist. Maybe you have a cleanser who you want in high resist, that kind of thing. But chances are your builds for most of your champions are going to be relatively versatile. You're going to take them into a lot of places. And then you're going to start specializing for arena. You'll specialize for clan boss. And then eventually you'll specialize for like Doom Tower bosses, for Iron Twins and all that stuff. But I don't worry about specialists early on. Like, I don't worry about specialists for the first at least 8 months of my account, really, with the exception of like an arena nuker and maybe a clan boss team. And that's it. Everywhere else, I'm just building champions as well as I can and getting them into as many places as I can get them into. Rapid Rhymer says, Rapid Rhymer says, have you made an Iron Twins video? I'm stuck on stage 7. Loved your videos on clan boss and faction specific Fire Knight. I have not made an Iron Twins video yet. And I keep thinking about it because I do want to do it, but it's one of those topics that's not like super popular. Some people really want to do it. Most people are like, I hate Iron Twins. I don't even care. So I have a feeling that as soon as I make my Iron Twins video, it will do very poorly. And then it'll sit in the library and people will look at it every once in a while. That doesn't mean I shouldn't do it. I want to do it. But it just hasn't been high on the priority list because every time there's a thing that comes out where it's like, oh, this is happening right now. Like the faction specific, tournament teams, like that feels more relevant to the moment. And so I've prioritized that stuff. But yeah, maybe this week or next week, I'll get to an Iron Twins video. Who do I think would do more damage on clan boss between Fane and Venom Mage with Demitha? If you're building an unkillable clan boss team and you can get a second poisoner onto the team, it's going to be Venom Mage. That's assuming you already have a weaken somewhere else. Like Fane brings a weaken and a decrease. Like I would put them together. Honestly, I would put them together. I would run them. That's a great duo. Fane brings you some extra poisons, a weaken, a decreased defense, a decreased attack doesn't matter so much. Venom Mage brings you more poisons, but poison activation. So you're going to get more damage there. And then if you can speed tune that with just 3 champions, that's what I would do. But if you have to choose one or the other, it's hard to say. I'd probably lean towards Venom Mage. But the fact of the matter is Fane is a little bit better as a specialist, and Venom Mage can actually be used as a solo champion. So I might build the Venom Mage as a solo champion and just keep Fane in clan boss, because the difference between the two is not going to be so significant, probably, that it's going to save you a key in clan boss, unless you're right on the cusp. Yeah. Hoax819 says, hi guys, hello, welcome. Shock is here. What will the Iron Twins video be like? Just pull Geomancer? No, because I don't have Geomancer. So, yeah. Holy Bananas, you guys still doing this series? How long before you let Sun out of the noob rank? I don't know, Sun, what do you think? When do you stop?
I'm starting to get there a little bit.
Yeah, when do you feel like you start to qualify as not a noob? What do you think?
I would say
What do you think you have to do in order to qualify to be out of noob status?
to be out of noob status. I mean, I was gonna say personally, probably like getting into Hydra, getting higher in clan boss, but I'm for your average noob, probably I'm already getting there, pretty much past. But
Well, I mean, you played a lot of games. You know, you're a gamer. You played hundreds of games. You played more games than I have probably because you are one of those gamers who likes to pick up new games a lot. And I tend to, I'll pick like I play 3 games at a time. You know, and I'll play them for a year.
yeah,
So the hours we put into games are probably pretty similar. But you've played more games than I have. So what do you think about noob status? Like, what does it represent for you? What does it even mean to be a noob? Like for you now, mentally, when you say, hell, I'm just a noob at this game, what does that actually mean? Because I think we might have different definitions.
yeah. I mean, I think for me, once you start getting a grasp of the basics, and of course that seems like very like a very basic explanation, but just understanding the mechanics of the game, like how does leveling champions work, how does making 6 stars work, how does progression work, and that kind of thing. And once you have those basics kind of more or less like fully understood, you're completely out of the noob phase. From there you're always going to be learning. That's the way that it goes. um, but I think you're out of that noob stage.
Yeah, see, that's interesting because for me, I think the noob stage lasts a lot longer. Just like not saying I would call somebody a noob, but just how I would categorize
I call them all noobs.
my own position in a game. Like if I think about an MMO, I think I am a noob at an MMO, like a new MMO that I'm playing, until I have cap leveled at least one champion and started to raid with that champion for at least a month or two. Like I have to be a raid capable player to feel like I'm starting to understand what's going on. Because when you're in an MMO, let's say there are, I don't know, 10 character classes. So what I know is I know one character class because I've only run up one champion. And
Yeah.
I don't know the synergies yet. I don't know, like I'll get into a raid. I don't know the raid battles. I don't know all the dungeon battles. I haven't like completed the map. I haven't run up any alts. So even though I have a cap level, tune and I'm running raids, I still feel like I'm a noob. And that might take me 3 or 4 months to get there. And I still am going to feel like a noob. Now, in a game
I
like,
mean, I think it depends on the kind of game there, right? Because I would definitely agree with you there on like MMOs or like games like League. Like you can understand the basic fundamentals of League, but there's how many champions in the game? There's like 180, 200. I don't know,
yeah,
so
there's a
many.
lot
And
of
like
champions.
I can tell you what every single one of them does pretty much to the T on each skill, just like you have with Raid. So like, yeah, I mean, but I also think that that's that level of knowledge is definitely beyond noob. But um, yeah, I think for Raid, once you start getting most of the basics down and you have a couple of 60s going, you start to understand how to solve the problems when you come across them. I think you start to move in the right direction. Now, going from noob to average player to master level, now that's a whole another grind. That's a whole different that's a whole different conversation.
Well, I think what's kind of interesting is that there are kind of two categories of characteristics, or there are two characteristics that you think about when you think about like noob status versus pro status, let's say. And like, first of all, that spectrum is huge, right? There's lots of stops along the way there. So it's not like really, it's not one or the other, right? There are all sorts of other rankings that we could include. But I think the two characteristics are one is game knowledge, game experience.
Yeah.
Right. And then I think the second one is skill. And so, for instance, there are players who, like in League of Legends, there are players who I met in League of Legends, like in silver, rank. And in 6 months, they were in platinum or diamond. Right. Whereas it took me 2 seasons or 3 seasons to get from silver to consistently being in platinum. And so I would say that even though, let's say I'd been playing the game for 2 years or 3 years longer than this other player, and so I had more game experience and more knowledge of all the champions, this person had a higher skill level than I did. You know, whether that's just understanding the mechanics better, like naturally having an inherent like feel for the game. Maybe they're, you know, mechanically just faster than I am in terms of like hand-eye coordination, whatever it is. Like they outskilled me. And so then the question becomes like, who's more of the noob, right? Is it this, like, is it the skill level or the knowledge level? Because that player could still be asking me questions about the game and I could still have a bigger knowledge base, but they're outperforming me. So, you know, it's like, what makes a noob a noob? And I think from a knowledge base, from just like an understanding of like what goes into this game, you are still relatively new. You haven't fought Hydra. You haven't gotten into hard mode Doom Tower. You don't have an Ultra Nightmare clan boss. You've never speed tuned a clan boss team. You haven't completed the high levels of all of the faction crypts. Like there's so much yet for you to do. You have such a limited pool of champions. You know, so the knowledge base is like maybe you have 10% of the knowledge that you're going to have when you get to endgame, you know, maybe 15% of the knowledge. So the knowledge that you have yet to gain is significant. And that by that standard, I think you're still a noob. But in terms of skill level, right? Like you're a grinder, you're a smart guy, you've played a lot of games, the mechanics make sense to you, the strategies make sense to you. You're a problem solver, you're an experimenter. Like you approach the game in a way that allows you to get a high rate of success with the limited knowledge that you have. Like just the solutions that, you know, you came up with for Doom Tower in the last rotation, you know, figuring out things. And like the fact that you don't give up, you don't quit on stuff, you rebuild things, you tweak, you know, and you find ways to make solutions out of nothing. Like that's a high level of skill. And so from that standpoint, that doesn't feel like a noob to me, but that skill is like, it's not related to the game. Like you take that skill with you to other games. Do you know what I mean? So like day one, you walked in with that. And if you walked in with it on day one, I don't think you could say, well, I'm not a noob because I'm just a smart dude and I know how to play games. Like, I don't think that's a true thing. Do you know what I mean? So
what you're telling me is I'm Schrodinger's noob. Just depends on where you measure me.
You're like a skillful new player, you know, and you know, sometimes it's just like the level of dedication that you have to a game, the level of time commitment that you can put into a game. Some people don't have the capacity in their lives to play a game to acquire that crazy level of skill, you know, because it takes a commitment to the game. Some people play MMOs casually because they like, you know, the immersion of the world and having a cool character and running around and doing PvE content. And then some people play it like it's a job and they raid 7 nights a week. And there's a skill gap between those two players. And it's not that the player who plays casually isn't smart. It's not that they couldn't acquire those skills. It's that they can't afford to do so because they don't have the time or the energy, or they're not in the place in their lives where they can spend 40 hours a week playing a video game. So, you know, when it comes to noob status, it feels to me, and to a certain extent, this is from just knowing what you need to know in order to be an endgame player. I think you're still relatively new in the game. But for where you are in the game, you're very skilled for that stage. And so I still think I would qualify you as a noob, but as you move into mid-game and you start accomplishing the mid-game things that we talked about in our progression video, like I think you have to move out of noob status somewhere in the mid-game. Not that mid-game players can't still be noobish, but you won't be. Just because of the, you know, the time and dedication that you're putting into the game. But yeah, I think that the amount of stuff that you need to know in this game. I mean, I've been playing 2.5 years. I've watched thousands of videos. I've now made hundreds of videos. And I still feel like there's a huge chunk of information out there I don't have yet. Or at least that I don't have mastery of. Like I may understand sort of in the vague general sense, but I don't have specific mastery of. you know, and it comes out and stuff. Like when we did our takeover, you know, we were just talking about the Hydra stuff. Like my expertise in Hydra is enough to one key brutal. But there's a whole extra level of information that you need, a whole level of experimentation you need to perform to get to a one key nightmare. And that gap is actually significant, you know, and it's like the higher you go, the more knowledge you need for each step, like the more expertise you need to advance further. So while I'm certainly not a noob, like if there's still all that information out there for me to get after 2.5 years, for somebody who's been in the game for less than 3 months, I'm like, sorry, buddy, you're still a noob in my mind, you know, like, so when will we get you out of noob status? I tell you what, when you 3-key Ultra Nightmare.
3-key?
When you 3-key Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss. That's when you can stop being a noob.
I'll take it.
I think that feels like if you've done that, then you're no longer a noob. But, you know, or maybe, you know, if like that doesn't happen for a while because of your roster pool, there'll be something else. Like maybe if you can get to Gold 5 in Arena and, you know, start taking down the first 2 difficulties of Hydra or something, like that might be the equivalent of getting a 3-key Ultra Nightmare. All right, let's see. Venom Mage is better in a traditional team. Fane is better in an unkillable team. I think Fane is better in an unkillable team than in a killable team, and Venom Mage and every champion that you can extend past 50 turns would be better in a traditional team versus an unkillable team. But I still think that Venom Mage potentially, depending on your team composition, could be the better champion. It's really hard to say. It's really hard to say. Arcane Gaming says, I would say to get out of noob rank, he has to perform a rock song about his adventure, his raid adventure live. That's what you have to do. You have to play some guitar.
Yeah.
On stream. Mr. Fudan says, I agree. You need to raid and be decent at it before you aren't a noob. Yeah, and that's the other thing about like MMOs. That I was categorizing myself because there are players in MMOs who don't raid. They'll just play. But if they play for 5, if they've played WoW for 5 years and just not raided because they don't like raiding, they're not a noob anymore. Like you don't have to raid to not be a noob. But for me, like until I'm raiding and I've got a good raid champion, I'm starting to build up my second alt and getting that champion to raid level, I still feel like I'm pretty much a noob because I don't understand all the synergies yet. And to me, synergies are incredibly important to my feeling of like mastery of a game.
I would agree.
Philip says, I'm playing over 1.5 years and I was still a noob till I started watching your videos. Well, Philip, that's very nice of you to say. And yeah, I do think research is one of the things that gets you out of noob status, right? The more, like we said, building up that knowledge base. I played for 4 months and I watched like 5 or 10 videos. And then all of a sudden I started getting into the videos and I started watching at least one video every day for like a year. So I probably in the next year of raid watched maybe say 400 to 500 videos. And that's where I started to feel like I was getting out of noob status. So it's subjective in some ways for saying or being a noob. I believe so. One of the things that I really don't like about any gaming community is when people use the word noob as like an attack. Like, oh, you're just a noob. But like that means bad player. Like when you start doing something new, you're a noob at that thing. And that's true for games or anything. And I've said this to like my students before. I'm like, it doesn't matter how old you are, right? Like, let's say you're 15 or you're 50 and you start, I don't know, playing chess. You start playing chess at 15 or you start playing chess at 50. That's probably a pretty good matchup. if you got two guys or two people who have started playing chess in the last 2 months, and one's 15 and one's 15, match them up against each other, right? Now, the 50-year-old may have some life skills that may allow him a different perspective on the game. Potentially, that could be a benefit. I don't know. The 15-year-old is going to have the more agile mind, more neuroplasticity, right? Which means you can adapt more quickly. So there's some benefits there to being young. But in general, you're both new to the game. You're both noobs, right? So it doesn't matter how old you are or like what you've done in life. Maybe that 50-year-old, like, I don't know, started a company, like retired at age 40, is a billionaire. Like, but regardless of your life accomplishments, you just started playing chess, so you're a noob. And I think that's fine, you know, and you categorize your own feeling about your level of mastery. So how long would it take for you to be not a noob? That's entirely up to you. I don't get to tell you when you are or are not a noob. Now, I could categorize an action as noobish. I could say, like, if you are in League of Legends and you're playing AD carry and you don't know how to last hit the minions, so you're just like, you just wave clear and you don't know how to last hit, that is a characteristic of a noob player. So I could say, you know, and you need to improve that skill to be more effective. And until you master that skill, I would say that you don't stop being a noob, right? Because it doesn't matter if you're playing 3 years and you're still just wave clearing and you don't last hit for money. That's noob, right? But I don't want to like attack somebody with it. I can just categorize it that way. So yeah.
Yeah, don't you dare miss a cannon in front of them, though.
Right.
Oh, God.
No. You know what's on? It's not missing one cannon minion. It's
okay. Look, after we
missing
played together
every
for
cannon
10
minion
years,
consistently
right?
for 10 years. Yeah, that's.
Look. The number of canyon minions that I miss is not that large, but
Yes, it is. It's huge. It's massive. The percentage of cannon minions you've missed compared to regular minions, it's like a 5-to-1 ratio. It is. It's so.
Hold on.
There'll be 6 minions in a wave. You will get the 5 regular minions and miss the cannon minion over and over and over again. And I know you play Tristana, and Tristana's hard to farm with. I don't care. You've been playing her for 10 years. You should have figured it out by now.
I do it just to irk you now.
No, you don't.
Just for the good
time. No,
times.
don't. You don't get that excuse, buddy. You don't. You just do it because that's what you do.
It's true.
It's why I never feel bad taking a cannon minion.
Yeah, that's your job now. You're the support. Why aren't you taking cannon minions?
Look, I've taken as many cannon minions with Nami A1s, with Nami auto attacks, as you've taken with Tristana. That's probably not true. That's a massive lie. But every game I get 3 or 4.
I'm trying to remember the last time we actually played an actual game. It's been a while.
Been a while. Maybe last season, actually. I don't think I played a game this season.
Yeah, I haven't either.
Hammerhawk says the title of next week's stream should be Live Skilled Noob versus Pro. So we're going to call you a skilled noob from now on. Mario says, I see Sun has a Sylar 6-star. Is she worth it to max? What do you think, Sun? Has she been worth a 6-star for you?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Especially in the sunset.
Yeah. Where are you using her? Where are you getting the most benefit out of her?
I use her a lot in Spider and Doom Tower quite a bit too.
Yeah.
Once I start to get to harder stages, like right now, I just have my DPS running because they can burn through it fast enough, perfectly fine. But as soon as it starts to get a little bit challenging, Sidelar goes in there for that control.
Do you use her in Fire Knight?
I could. I don't think I have. It's been a long time since I've actually gone in and done Fire Knight properly. It's been a while since I've even tried to push any of the dungeons. I could probably get much higher than I was before.
You've run 19 champion trainings in a row. So
yeah, I've just done champion training, and then like the last Fire Knight I did was the like faction specific. So not like we got Sylar in there.
Kate of the Dead is
What's
here.
behind?
Welcome, Kate. Afternoon. You subs.
Good afternoon. Good evening.
Rubber Band says Venom Mage brings damage mitigation too. Yes. Son, what is the highest dungeon that you can run at the moment? What are the highest dungeon levels that you can run at the moment?
I think Spider's been the main problem for me. I think I've only gotten to 14 there.
Yeah, that's where I am too.
Yeah, I've cleared 14. I could probably go higher now. But yeah, otherwise getting closer to 20. Yeah, see, I haven't even pushed Fire Knight past 14. I could probably go way higher there now. Ice Golems, yep. Haven't gone past, could go way higher now.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of tricky. One of the things about the dungeons and like leveling up dungeons is the affinity issue, because the affinities change with every stage, you know. So
yeah,
for me, I'm sure that I could do Spider 16 and probably 17, but I can't do Spider 15, right? Because the affinity is just bad for me. So I have to get a lot stronger to get past 15. And by the time I'm capable of getting past 15, I'll probably go all the way up to 19 and get stuck on the same affinity again. So, you know, that's a thing that can just happen. And at Dragon, I'm at 19. And getting to 20 is like a thing, but I should be able to get to Dragon 20 within the next like 2 weeks, probably.
I wonder if this team could do it. I'm gonna try it. He's not gonna make it.
I don't know that you want. Wait, does Whisper have turn meter steal?
No. She just hits like a truck, which is fun.
Yeah, but you like if you only have a single hitter, because let's see. So you have 3 on. I would put that team back in. Oh, you just don't think they're strong enough to push the individual champions. So you've got the 4 hit on Royal Guard with the slow and the turn meter decrease. You've got the double hitter on Miscreated Monster. He's going to help you in the waves. You've got Fane with the double hitter and the triple hitter. Plus a tiny bit of turn meter decrease and the debuffing. Apothecary has a triple hit and the speed boost. So potentially, like, instead of bringing in Whisper, if you brought in Sylar there, she's going to help you more with the waves. And then she could get the slow, because you don't have no, you do have a slow. You currently have a slow. But you know, the turn meter decrease. I don't know. Or an Armiger, like an Armiger could work. Armiger is weak affinity, though, for this particular stage.
Yeah, so is Fane.
Yeah. Yeah, Padma's a double hitter with a decreased attack. I don't know. Maybe even, you know what? Maybe even just putting in your High Katoon as a speed lead, or putting in your... Wait, you have Deacon. Why would you not run Deacon?
I don't know. I was just clicking champions and seeing
Oh,
in my mind what it would look like.
Yeah. You're such a noob, man.
I mean, I would just run my regular team into it if I really wanted to. I'm sure if I just did that, it would probably win.
Do it. Let's see. Let's see if you can push. I bet you can push. You've had a lot of progress.
All right. Could be doing my champion training. Let's see if the regular team can do it.
This is your everywhere team, huh?
Yeah. And 2 of them are weak affinity. So if it wasn't for the fact it's my regular team, probably switch some stuff up. But
that's what I was going to say.
Just to see.
You may want an A1 cycle so you have the 4 hitter on Kale available, but he just used it.
Nope, doesn't matter. We're going to let them auto. If they don't do it on auto, they weren't worthy.
I just spent like 10 minutes talking about how good you are at games. And here you are, like, just being super newbie and lazy. Like, I'm just going to auto if it doesn't work. They're not worthy.
But, you know, it'll be a good test for them.
It's happening. Little turn meter control there. Your only turn meter control.
My Fane has a little bit. Deacon.
Yeah. Honestly, probably all you have to do to make this a little bit more consistent is pull out Wukong.
Yeah, it's not doing a whole lot for me.
If you pull out Wukong and put in Sylar or Royal Guard, either one. I mean, they would do different things. Royal Guard would help you break the shield and give you a slow, and Sylar would also give you a slow, but then give you turn meter decrease. Actually, Royal Guard is probably the better option, but he's not built yet. Sylar's just faster and built better.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're going to get this down. And this might be the harder affinity for you because your damage dealers are, well, I mean, you have Kale, so I don't know that any affinity should be awful for you. But the thing that's going to improve this team is more turn meter control and definitely a slow. So that's why that's why you 6-starred Royal Guard in the first place, because he's perfect for this fight. So when you pull Wukong and get Royal Guard, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But this team, if you just swap out Wukong and put in Royal Guard, I think that team could take you to 20.
Yeah.
You know, like stats are going to be an issue at some point, but
that's kind of what I figured. I figured that team could probably carry all of my dungeons to at least 19.
Yeah.
Man, turn off that screen shake.
Yeah, you can turn that off.
I've never noticed it.
WR Miller says, my current team I have is Royal Guard, Apothecary, Artec, Allure, and Ethos. That's a solid team. You play right on auto, you ain't no good. 3 of them are weak affinity, but it doesn't really matter that they're weak affinity. I mean, the hits don't matter. Like, if you get multiple hits to break the shield, it doesn't matter if it's weak affinity or not. And none of the weak affinity champions were really affecting turn meter except for Deacon Armstrong. And, you know, he's still going to get his turn meter boost. So it's not like weak affinity against Fire Knight is only really relevant for your turn meter decreasers. Right? Maybe your slow champion. Yeah. I mean, if you're not turn meter controlling the boss, and the boss gets several hits, then you're going to take more damage if you're weak affinity, and that can be dangerous for somebody like Fane, who's relatively squishy. You're right, so that matters. But yeah, I don't worry too much about weak affinity for the. Well, that's not even fair to say. I was going to say I worry about weak affinity more for the waves than for the bosses, but that's not always true. Like, and sometimes weak affinity can work to your favor, like in Spider, you know, like you want a Spiderling tank, you want a negative affinity Spiderling tank. But yeah. All right, so here I am still grinding away that champion training. I should get into Arena, though. I think I've got Arena tokens that are about to expire. I might swap over there.
Yeah, I'm just making sure I get back over there every now and then.
Yeah. For Fire Knight, you say put Royal Guard as a lead. I do think Royal Guard is a great lead. That'll help you clear waves more easily. But I vastly prefer a speed aura lead over a damage lead for Fire Knight. Because once you get your team, once you get your composition, that's like your final solution, your ultimate solution for Fire Knight or any dungeon, but especially Fire Knight, it's going to include turn meter control. So you're going to break the shield and get turn meter control. Once you've turn metered the boss to the point where the boss never gets a turn, then the damage doesn't matter. You could literally just go infinitely, and it could take an hour, and you got 100% win rate. Once you've got that team, then you start worrying about piling damage onto it to speed up the run. So if you can have Royal Guard as your lead and have the team be fast enough to still 100 turn meter control 100% turn meter control the boss, so the boss never gets a turn, then the extra damage would matter. But if you're not there yet, it tends to be better to have a speed lead because that means more turns, quicker shield break, more turn meter control. But you're right. You know, once you get, I mean, I think on my fastest Fire Knight team, I have Royal Guard as my lead for that very reason, because I have enough speed on the team that I just want to do more damage.
Ooh, I gotta do my clan boss key.
Liv Wild is here. Hey, Liv. Oh, yeah, I wanted to get over to Arena. Okay, after this fight, I'm going over to Arena. Kind of curious, you know, now that we're talking about it, with all of these events that have been going on in the game, and we talked about, you know, who was doing the fusion and who wasn't. Outside of the fusion, like especially if you're not doing the fusion, what is it that you're focused on right now? And what is the level of your account? You know, like if you're level 55, are you focused on running up 60s? Are you focused on getting Dragon to 20? Like what's your next big goal for your account? So chat, let me know what's the next big goal for your account that you currently have. And again, let me know the level of account that you're on. And if you want to say, you know, like what was the last big achievement that you made? Like I'd be really curious to see that, see where people are focusing their energy. Because we know that clan boss is important. And a lot of people are focused on clan boss always. Until you get your 1-key Ultra Nightmare, all affinity, full auto team. Like there's always progress to be made in clan boss. But like outside of clan boss, do you think it's better to run up the dungeons first? Are you focused on arena for the Great Hall? Are you trying to get up in Doom Tower to get more free resources? What is it that you're doing? I'm curious. I wonder if anybody's focused on 3v3 arena. Now you've been leveling up a ton of 60s, son. When do you think that like feverish pace is going to start to slow down?
Never.
We've got a Sacred Shard event coming up in 6 days.
Yeah, I mean the only time it's going to slow down is when I don't have a champion that's worth 6-starring. I don't think. Just because they give you good stuff. A lot of legendary books from the champion training. So when they're going, I try to do all of them. But I do need to start pushing dungeons more and getting better gear.
Well, we know that the bottleneck shifts, right? Like the bottleneck, whenever I use that term, what I mean is like in any flow system, right? There's always one piece of the system which has the slowest flow. And so that creates sort of the speed for the entire system. So your weakest link, you know, the weakest link in the chain, whatever you want to call it, like that bottleneck determines how you progress. And early on, one of the major bottlenecks is champions, right? Just having a champion pool. Even if you have the champions in your roster, you have to level them up to 6 stars. So that's the thing that you've been focusing on right now to like open up that bottleneck as much as possible. But there will come a point where that bottleneck is no longer the bottleneck. Something else will become the slowest flow component of the system. And I think one of the things that most people focus on early game, and this is a difficult transition for mid-game players, is recognizing when that moment changes. And, you know, Bill in the chat, Bill is saying right now, I think it was Bill, was like, I'm focused on optimizing champions, getting my masteries on them, like gearing them up. Because I don't need to go after this fusion champion because I don't need new champions right now. That's not my bottleneck. My bottleneck is that the champions I have are not as good as possible. And so, you know, recognizing that those moments shift back and forth. You don't just live in one spot, right? It's not just like, it's always this or it's always that. But I think because you get trained early on, the game actually trains you to think that you need more champions. And they do that deliberately, right? Because they want you to buy shards so that you go after more champions. But there are plenty of moments where your roster is actually stronger. Like the potential of your roster is much higher than the actual value you're getting out of your roster. Right. And that's because like you have several 60s now who do not have their tier 6 masteries. You know,
Yep.
and so like if you want to get better at boss killing, if you want to get better at the clan boss, if you want to get better in arena, you need those masteries. And so the question becomes, you know, when do you make the switch? When do you switch from chasing new 60s to optimizing the 60s that you've built? And it sounds like you haven't made up your mind when that's going to happen. And I don't know that it is something that you have enough information to decide yet.
Yeah, I think it's more just whenever there's champion trainings, I'm going to do them because I like the rewards and I always need more food anyways.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think my roster of champions is growing and I've gotten pretty much everybody that I really want to get up to 60. So now, you know, those chickens will kind of just be just waiting in storage until I pull something else to bring up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think for me the bottleneck right now is getting better gear, and masteries is definitely a big one too.
Yeah.
I gotta just drop like 10,000 energy into Minotaur one of these days.
Yeah. See, so it's interesting because all right. So on my main, eventually I got to a system that I liked, which was I always try to keep 2 6 stars worth of food available in reserve. So whether that's 5-star chickens, like actual chickens that I've gotten as rewards, or if it's champions I've leveled up to 5-star and I'm just camping there for a while, I always like to have 2 champions worth of 6-star promotions just available at any time in case I pull a champion or I get a fusion and I just want to run it up right away.
Yeah.
Now I've been doing that for over a year, maybe a year and a half. So I got into that system somewhere in the mid game and it's served me well for a long time. Now at the point where I am right now, I actually end up having more 5-star chickens than I have like champions I can train. So I have rare books. I have like 100 epic tomes. I don't have even 5 epics that I'd say I want to run from 50 to 60 right now. I've run all of the epics that I really need that are really going to progress my account. And I don't have enough legendary tomes to run up the legendaries from 5 stars to 6 stars and then book them out.
Yeah.
So the bottleneck for me 100% is legendary tomes because epic champions are no longer worth the investment on my main account. At least there are very few. Like if I got Geo, yes, absolutely. But there are maybe like 3 or 4 epics left in the game that would give me any progress whatsoever. In a lot of cases, they'd be duplicates. Like pulling a second Demitha could help. You know, maybe like I've already got 2 Seekers, maybe getting, I don't know, there are a couple of epics that I have, but it's like, okay, I could probably run up like a Eurogrim or a Burin Giri, like, and get some value somewhere. But I don't need those champions. I just don't. I'd rather have a 3rd Shamil run up to 60. You know, so it's like, who do I need? Who do I need as epic? So I have 100 tomes. I have 100 epic tomes that are just like sitting there because I've got no purpose for it. So now I don't need as many chickens. There's almost no incentive at all to run up new 60s. So what my bottleneck is, my 2 bottlenecks, one, the biggest one is legendary tomes. Because if I can get legendary tomes, then I can run up like my Harima. I can run up, you know, these crazy good legendaries that are currently just sitting in my vault because I don't have the tomes for them. Or gear. I need more god tier gear. You know, I need quad rolls in speed and accuracy. I need 6-star legendary crit damage gauntlets that have, you know, speed, attack percentage, and a triple roll and a crit rate. Like, that's what I need. I need those pieces that can start to push my stat thresholds. I need crazy regen gear. I need, you know, crazy savage gear. Like, I need really, really high levels of gear. And I've put thousands and thousands of energy into gear, but you collect those pieces so slowly. And the weird thing is, we were talking about where the legendary tomes come from. The legendary tomes, in a lot of cases, come from the the champion training events. And those are the events that are like I don't need to do for for training, because there's just not much value to having more 6 stars. So yeah, it's I'm in a weird place on my main. And I feel like my primary source of tomes is also a bit inefficient for me. So like that's why I just ended up pulling all those shards, because I was like, this is something that like I'm not really trying to get new legendaries, but if I do happen to hit a good legendary, great. But in the meantime, I can trade in these sacred shards, which have become less and less valuable for me, for legendary tomes, which have become increasingly valuable for me.
Yeah.
And so like my calculations about what's valuable at this level has just changed. It's completely changed. Like the way I'm running my new account and the way I'm running my main account are so different. They barely resemble each other. The only thing that I would say underlying is always true is I'm trying to get as many resources for like as much value for my resources as possible. That's always true. But what is valuable has changed. And so the actual places where I'm putting my efforts has completely changed. And like that's only been something that's really been happening over the last few months, where I've started to realize I need to re-examine the way I've been playing for the last year and a half and start to change it for being at endgame. Because I am at endgame, and progress at endgame is slow and tedious. And it's entirely based around either 1, getting a perfect champion that you don't have yet, or 2, just making the good champions that you have, and I have a ton of good champions, as powerful as humanly possible. And that's all about God tier. Yeah, so it's just a very different thing. You doing some champion training. Let me go check out chat for a second. All right, because I wanted to know what people were going for. All right, let me go back up. W.R. Miller says, I am at Dragon 19 and other dungeons all way lower. Yeah, Dragon that's where I am too. Dragon 19 on this account. You pull the Sethalia and an Allure, both really good champions. Sethalia has a little bit less value now than she used to because of Wukong. She is a buff stripper. She has other things in her kit that are really good. She has an HP burn on her A1. She has a single target cleanse with a nice big heal and a block debuffs buff. You can get value out of her, but I think Allure, that's a guaranteed 6-star on everybody's account if that's your first. Alsgore Crimson Horn, should I use him in a clan boss team? You'll have to ask somebody else. I know that he can be used. I don't have one, and I don't have a strong opinion on him one way or the other. I'm sorry, Kate. I wish I did. Mr. Fudan says, you need Colred to build you a Fire Knight Stage 25 team. You need the Tuesday takeover. See the Discord channel. It's free, and you can tell Colred what to do if that's your thing. Yeah, you can tell me what to do. That's exactly what a Tuesday takeover is. No, but somebody knows from experience that you can get a Fire Knight Stage 25 team out of a Tuesday takeover. That's true.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. What else have we got? Shane says, Dragon and Spider, you are level 47 and you're focused on Dragon and Spider. And those are 2 good places to be focused at level 47, I think. Dragon is going to give you speed gear and lifesteal, and you need both there. And then Spider is where you get all of your accessories. So hopefully you're farming Spider 10 or higher. 10 is a really good place to farm until you can get to like 16 or so. So I can farm stage 14, and I have split time between 10 and 14 to see which one's better. And the truth of the matter is they're about equal. 14 and 10 are about equal. I get better drops at 14, but I get a higher rate of drops, like good drops, at 10. So if I had a lot of gaps, which is what I originally had, I had a lot of gaps. I needed a lot of accessories for my roster. I farmed 10 for that. and that got me some good drops, and then I put those on, and then I needed to improve those drops, so I switched over to Spider 14. But those 2 stages are close enough that realistically, it's probably more efficient to start farm stage 10, especially for like a tournament. Fun and Party says level 80 and going for faction wars and arena. That's a good point to start going for faction wars around 80 and start building faction specific champions. Kieran Brown says account level 51 and my main focus is getting more 60s so that I can move on to stage 20 of the dungeons. Yeah, so that's about where we are. We're just past that. I think I'm 55 and you're what, 59 or something?
Yeah, 58.
58. And so, you know, you're still in the stage where new 60s are really important. I've got 6, he's got 9. But I think until you probably get somewhere around a dozen 60s, each 60 is going to hopefully add something new to your roster and add to your potential like solutions, like the toolkit that you can have to create solutions. So that's a good thing to be focused on at level 51. Mr. Fudan says level 85, focusing on ranking up, leveling up all of my champs now that I have built all of my Faction Wars teams. Okay. Tomas says, I just finished Hard Doom Tower, so I want to go for 1 key auto Ultra Nightmare, when then Iron Twins farm, then Hard Secret Rooms, with mixing, improving my hard dungeons in the meantime, which I have all right already. That's an interesting progression path, because mine was completely different than that. I got my 1 key auto Ultra Nightmare 6 months before I finished Hard Doom Tower. Not the other way around. And I'm not saying that you're right and I'm wrong, or vice versa, that I'm right and you're wrong. It's just interesting to see how different players prioritize. I also had Iron Twins on farm before I had Doom Tower on farm. Yeah.
That's definitely not going to be me.
Kate of the Dead says level 54, just 6-starred Magnar for Arena Nuker. Congrats. Coldheart is next 6-star for Spider and Fire Knight. Congrats. Those are 2 great champions to have pulled recently. And at level 54, you've got your Arena Nuker solution for a long time. That's your Arena Nuker all the way up to Gold 5, probably. The only downside of Magnar, and this is a small downside, is that obviously because he's Affinity and he's not Void Affinity, you have to consider the affinity of your targets more carefully. But you're going to get value out of his affinity, right? Because when you're strong affinity, you're going to hit really hard. And when you're weak affinity, you have to maybe avoid some teams, but that's okay. But those are 2 great champions to have at level 54. Steve says, downing Doom Tower hard at least once, level 100, running tournaments for Halloween points, food, so many champs at 50, again, free to play. So, sorry about that. If you are level 100, Doom Tower hard is a good goal if you haven't completed it yet. You want to get that on farm. So if you have all these champs to level up, a lot of those champions could be solutions for the various Doom Tower bosses. So that's a great place to focus. So keep leveling up the champions that you think are going to be helpful in Doom Tower. And then also make sure that you're gearing them out, getting the mastery. Not like, don't just level a bunch of 60s, because that's not going to be enough. The Doom Tower bosses require very specific builds. They require high performance champions. That means full masteries, good gear, potentially ascended gear. Constant Kokoni says, I should be focused on improving the current champions, but I'm taking this fusion as a bonus for the 4-star Sun Awakening. Yeah, and that's fine. And then, of course, the question becomes, what does the November fusion look like? Because as soon as we complete this, we're going to get, a week off maybe, right? And then there's going to be the November fusion. So in that week or 2 between fusions, that's where you try to consolidate all of your gains, right? Be like, oh my God, I got 3 great new champions. I got the fusion champion. I pulled something during the summoning rush. Now I've got to build those champions out. I've only got 2 weeks to get them ready, because then there's going to be a new fusion. So you got to take the downtime when it's available to you in terms of events and tournaments and stuff to just focus on optimizing your roster. Hoke says, level 80, jack of all trades, master of none, just getting rid of resources as much as I can So just trying to burn through your energy and get value for them. Sometimes that happens where you get a big pool of energy. You got, 4,000 or 5,000 energies just sitting there and you're not active enough for a period of time, maybe because life got busy or you just, you're burned out on the game a little bit. And now you've got to go in there and burn out your energy and make sure you turn it into something. Steve 11 says, Mastery's grind is so long, I get bored and quit it and go do stuff I want to do. I should stay in Minnow, but it's not fun. It's not. And I really hope that when they add permanent super raids, they add super raids to the Minotaur's Labyrinth.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, even if they didn't change Minotaur's Labyrinth at all, and I think they should. I think they should add like 5 more floors, but even if they don't add 5 more floors, if they ever give us super raids in Minotaurs, that would be such a huge quality of life improvement. Mr. Fudan says, my bottleneck is epic and legendary tomes. Yeah, for me, it's just legendary tomes at this point. Hammerhawk says, I'm skipping this fusion. My main focus at the moment is to get the fragments and Titan points out of the events. Account level reached 75 a few minutes ago. Well, congrats. 75, you're starting to get up there. Skipping this fusion is fine. I'm not sure about the fragments then. What fragments are you getting if you're skipping the fusion? If you're just trying to get the Titan points, that makes sense. Shane just completed Dragon 20 first time. Congrats. That's a huge milestone. Philip says, that's what I am saying about being a noob. I have fully booked my Deliana, not my Cardiel. Wasted resources. Okay, so take it a little bit easy on yourself, Philip. It's not as bad as it sounds. Like, yes, you probably wish you had those books for Cardiel right now. But the question is, did you make that decision before you had Cardiel? Did you start booking out Deliana? And even if you did, like even if you made that decision after you got Cardiel, you might have been in the midst of Deliana becoming an important component for some team. She's a good champion. She's not as good as Cardiel, obviously, but she's a good champion. She's really good for progression. Where you are in your account may matter. Where you are in the game may matter. You can use her in campaigns. She could be your campaign farmer. You can use her in arena. She's really strong in arena, especially in like silver and low gold arena. She's also good in 3v3 arena. You can mix her in. She can be good in dungeons for wave clears. You can use her in Doom Tower. She is usable in a wide variety of places. Cardiel is also usable in a wide variety of places. But that doesn't mean the resources have been wasted. They've just been allocated to a champion who's good and not God tier. And so that may feel bad, but in the long run, you're going to get Cardiel geared out next. I'm sure he's your next focus. And then you'll have both of those champions run up. And the combo is actually going to be really strong. They work really well together. She's got an AoE A1. He's got an ally attack. That's a nice combo. That's a nice combo. You can put her in a stun set. You're going to get her AoE, and then you're going to get a second AoE when Cardiel ally attacks. You're going to get 2 chances to get that stun out there. Or you can just build her as a solo champion. We were just talking about the value of a solo champion. She is one of those few champions that can actually solo Spider, up to stage 20. And so, yeah, you can get a lot of value out of Deliana. Don't discount that champion just because she's not the God tier Cardiel is. Consta just got the Wukong Soul 4-star. Congrats.
Very nice.
Milan says, what do you think are the best 3 Void legendaries? That's an impossible question. That's an impossible question because I don't have all of the Void legendaries, and it really depends what else your roster has. I would say there are probably like 7 champions that are in the mix for the best 3. My personal opinion on the best 3 Void legendaries in the game, I think it's Cardiel, Mithrala, and Yumiko. Those are the 3 best Void legendaries for me. You could make an argument for Akrisia. You can make an argument for Krisk. You can make an argument for Terrace or Marishka.
Holy moly.
you could make an argument for Lydia. Holy moly, what's going on?
This arena surfing really worked out for me.
Good. Yeah.
I popped out of gold 2, came back, and there's just 1, 2, 3, 4 one-man defenses, and then 1 2-man defense.
Nice. So I mean, and there might be another one that I'm forgetting at the moment, but I think you need a champion that does something that nobody else does, like a Yumiko, right? Like the 3 and 3 on the cooldowns, the reducing your cooldowns by 3 and increasing the enemy cooldowns by 3. That's such a powerful skill. That's why like Riho Bone Spur is crazy strong. Like she's probably not a top 3, but she's probably a top 10 Void Legendary in my mind because she's got that one skill that drops like 8 debuffs. It's crazy. So you either need a skill or a kit that does something that nobody else does. You need to do a job that other people do, but do better than anybody else, like a Krizia. Like she just hits harder, or Terrace hits harder than anybody else. Or you need such versatility that you can be used everywhere, like Cardiel and Mithril. Right? So I think that when you have like a Lydia, like she combines a little bit of both of those. She does something that nobody else does. That's her passive with the being able to revive through a block revive. Nobody else does that. And she's usable in a lot of places. She has a lot of great debuffs. But when it comes to all around, like it really depends on your roster. And for my roster, Yumiko would move my account more than any other champion in the game. Because I don't have a reset champion and I don't have a lockout champion. And she does both on the same skill. So I think she would enable more new compositions than anybody else could. Probably Chris would be also near the top of the list there because he would empower me in some ways that nobody else can. A Krizia would be great for damage. Terrace would be great for damage, but I don't actually think they would move the needle on my account as much as Yumiko and Chris.
Yeah, Yumiko would be fun.
Yeah.
She's the Ari of Raid.
She is. Yeah. Peckham Halder asks, how do I get a constant supply of epic tomes? The first thing you have to do is you have to look out for them. You have to watch for the epic tomes as rewards in events and tournaments. And then you have to invest in going after those rewards. I think on my main account, I don't really even know where my epic tomes come from other than Clan Boss. The other thing that you can do just for your best supply of tomes is getting your Nightmare and Ultra Nightmare Clan Bosses maxed out. So if you can get the maximum chest in both of those, and if your clan is clearing both of those every day, so you're getting 2 of those chests, then you're going to get a lot of tomes. That's true for legendary tomes as well. So you need to do both. You need to focus on Clan Boss, and you need to focus on events and tournaments. David Grevy says, Siphi can use most places. That's true. Siphi's a very good Void Legendary. Maybe it's just because I've never had one, but I actually don't consider her like a top 10 Void Legendary. I think she's probably... I mean, maybe she's in the top 10. Maybe she's like number 9 or 10. She could be. Maybe that's fair. I would put her in the top 25 champions overall in the game. But I don't think she would sneak into my top 10. And again, I've never had her. So my primary experience with her has been coming up against her in arena. And she's manageable in arena for me. She can be tricky. I hate her A1. But I would much rather play into a Siphi than a Duchess. And Duchess isn't even a Void Legendary. I would much rather play into a Siphi than into a lot of support champions. Like Arbiter, Lysandra, Lady Kimmy. Like all of those give me at least as much difficulty as Siphi does. If she's duoed with Rhodos, obviously that's a little bit scarier. If she's like a +4, obviously that's always crazy. But I don't know that Sify would crack my top 10. What's my opinion on Rotos? Really good in live arena, really good when you can use him tactically in arena. I don't know how he plays in PvE because I don't have him. He's manageable in certain ways. He's not as scary as, say, like a Mortu Macabre or, you know, some of the other, like a Terrace or something, some of the other big nukers, because you get a little bit more time with him. But he's certainly capable of just wrecking your arena team all by himself. So yeah, very, very good. Probably just shy of God tier in terms of arena. Rotos is also great in Doom Tower Hard. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Yeah, I think the value of champions in a vacuum is different than the value of champions for any person's roster. And your top 10 should change based on what you have. Because anybody who is replacing another champion that you already have built out will naturally be less valuable, because you're only talking about improving over a standard you already have. Now, if the improvement is huge and that creates a state change on your account, then yes, you know, then obviously that value will be significant. But for instance, I have still, as my arena nuker on my main account, I have Genbo, the Dishonored, right? Now, I built Genbo, I don't know, 6 or 7 months into the game, maybe. And I've never taken him out of my arena team. He's never stopped being my arena nuker. In the meantime, these are the nukers I have pulled on my main account after I built Genbo and got to Gold 5. Trunda, Magnar, Kandrafon, Harima, Bragash, I don't know if I pulled Herndig. I don't remember. But like, I pulled all of these crazy arena nukers. I would have to go onto my main account and actually look. But I know I've pulled at least those. And I've never built them and swapped out Genbo, because they don't give me significantly more than he's already giving me, and investing the resources to build them up just for that role is like much less valuable than when I pull a new support champion or a new champion that gives me something completely different in the game. Or like, you know, I've got like a Yakarl sitting there, and Yakarl is much more tempting to me than like a Kandrafon or a Harima, even though those are great champions, because having another 100% freeze champion, or I think it's 75% plus it's conditional or whatever it is. Like, let me look at that. Like, Yakarl just feels like he could add something to my roster. Yeah, so he has a 75% chance of placing a freeze for 1 turn, but it increases to 100% against targets with 75% or more turn meter. So like, having that potential for that freeze seems more valuable to me than just having another great arena nuker, even if that great arena nuker could be a great, you know, PvP champion or PvE champion. Like, I could put Trunda in my Hydra clan boss team, and I should. That's where I should put her, and I should build her for PvE and not even worry about the fact that she's a great arena nuker. Like, I don't even care. I should think of her as a PvE nuker, put her in Hydra, and up my damage in Hydra. But yeah, so it really depends on what you have. Now, Yumiko would give me something I don't have. Give me 2 things I don't have. You know, fantastic. That would be like, literally, that would move my account in ways that nothing else could. And so you might say, well, like, Acrizia might be better than Yumiko, or maybe, you know, Terrace might be better than Yumiko. But I've got the damage I need. In most places, I've got the damage I need. And the extra damage that I would get from Acrizia would be fun, and it would be cool, and it might help me in a couple of places. But it's not necessary. It's not really necessary. Whereas a reset champion is completely necessary. I don't have one. I need a reset champion. I have 2 renegades built. I have 3 painkeepers built, but those don't get the job done that I need to like create a really good seer wave clearing team. where I can clear out like, you know, I don't know, like Dragon 25 in 30 seconds. You know, like I don't have that anymore. I don't have a reset champion that I can put into clan boss to like up crazy damage and be affinity friendly. You know, so I want those kinds of teams. And so Yumiko to me is probably my number one desired champ, and really has been since she launched. Although at times I've thought about other champions. I really want a Corvus. I want a Corvus badly. I really want a Duchess and a Kymar. I would take Kymar simply because he's Kymar. I would rather have a Yumiko.
Oh, Cole, you're blocking the stats. How could you?
There you go.
So it was asking me to show my Wukong stats that I use in campaign. As my campaign farmer.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to have my camera on during my own live stream. Corey, can you get your face off the screen? We need to see the
Get
stats.
outta here.
We need to see the stats. Okay, there are the stats.
That's the monkey.
And now here's my face. It also puts you up there, and people can look at the stats if they need to.
There you go.
Sometimes the reward on these reward chains, like the rewards you hit, are just so disproportional to the rewards next to them sometimes. You know, it's just like so strange. It's like you get a mortal soulstone. You get one mortal soulstone. You're like, ooh. And then you get 50 auto battles where, you know, or 100 auto battles, 2 stacks of 50 multi battles. And it's like, if you don't use RSL Helper, you don't use macros, like if you're on your phone or something, these are incredibly valuable. They're huge time savers, right? They just make life so much better. 1 mortal soulstone, I don't care about. 100 multi battles, I definitely care about. You know? And then you've got a 5-star precision glyph, you know, precision glyph, which is pretty nice. I guess Force Brews and Immortal Soul Essences are okay. And then you got a 3-star Sun Wukong Soul next to a 4-star chicken. Like, some of these are just...
You haven't gotten your 3-star yet?
Nah, I'll get it. That's we were talking about that earlier. That's all I'm going to get. I'm not going to get the 4-star. It's not going to be possible for me.
I'm going to go grab some water here.
Okay.
Champion training is on. It's on auto battle. Good old Evie says, well, I'm off. Take care. Have a good rest of the stream.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day. Demon King asks, Eurogrim, Skullcrown, or Coldheart, which to 6-star first? That's a good question, and it's entirely dependent upon where your roster is. Eurogrim is great for clan boss if you need an extra poisoner and a cleanse. So he can help you go affinity friendly and get more damage out of your clan boss team. So if you need him for clan boss, he's going to be better when you speed tune, but he would be really good for that. Skullcrown is your arena nuker or your wave content damage dealer. So you can use her in Doom Tower, you can use her in dungeons to clear the wave. She's got that weaken. You could put her in a stun set because she's got 2 AoEs. Or you could use her as your arena nuker. She's really good in that role, especially if you put her in a blender composition if you have an ally attack champion. Coldheart is an entirely different beast and will help you in Fire Knight especially, but also in Spider. So if you're struggling with Spider or Fire Knight, she's a great champion to build next. You can also use her in a lot of other places. Any place where that 100% turn meter decrease and, you know, that max HP hit is going to help. So you can use her against Doom Tower bosses. So it really depends what you need. Now, the other thing to consider is that Coldheart is a rare and Skullcrown and Eurogrim are epics. So it depends what tomes you have. If you can't book them out, right? If you can't book out your epics, then that might increase the chance that you want to run Coldheart up now and you can run one of them up later. You don't have to run them booked. You pretty much have to run Eurogrim booked for the for him to be like maximum value in clan boss. But Skull Crown, you could certainly run up to 6 stars and not book her for a little bit and then book her over time, and that's going to be fine. But if you have rare tomes, you could run Cold Heart up today and have her fully booked, and that would be very helpful. Don't need for anything, just for an Arbiter mission, need to ascend 1 Void Champ. If you don't need them for anything, run up Cold Heart. She's the cheapest. Which will be more useful in the long run. You will continue to use potentially all 3 at endgame. I think Skull Crown, for me, is the most valuable on my account at endgame. Cold Heart is the second most valuable. And I don't even have an Uragrim run up to 6 stars. So I don't use him at all. Wentworth Tanner says, when is it okay to buy energy with gems as a free-to-play player? Anytime you want. You feel free to buy as much energy as you want with your gems. You really have to just prioritize what's going on. Like, are you going to get value for that energy? So if you can triple dip, if you can get at least 3 sources of rewards for energy that you buy with gems, that is generally a good place to do it. If you can get more than that, if you can get 4 or 5 returns for the energy, then absolutely do it. So let's see, like what's going on right now that we were talking about. Let's say you're buying energy in order to do the Dragon Tournament. It's going to start tomorrow, but let's say you're doing Dragon Tournament. If you're doing Dragon Tournament plus champion training, because you're running up some food in the Dragon, plus you're getting the drops from Dragon, plus you're getting the dungeon divers, plus you're getting the fusion points, and you're getting the Halloween points. Like, yeah, spend all of your gems on energy at that point to get that done. But if it's a normal day where there's none of that happening and you're just going into Dragon to like farm gear, then don't use your energy to do that. I mean, don't use your gems to buy energy to do that. Because you're not getting the return on the investment that you could be. So save your gems up for moments where you can at least triple dip, if not more.
And I should know, because I was just buying some energy. I was also doing that, one, because we got the double dips and everything going on. But we're also streaming, so I want to have stuff to do. I want to get stuff done. And it's sometimes like buying an energy will allow you to like unlock free energy from other things. So I'll do that sometimes too. Like what I did here.
I'm sorry, when energy will let you get more free energy, like as rewards, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Peckham Holder says, how do I figure out a good clan boss team with the champs I got? The best thing you can do is, if you're running Plarium Play, is download the Hell Hades artifact extractor, and that has the team optimizer on it. And then you can go and I'll actually show that to you, because why not? Let me run my Hell Hardies. Hell Hardies. My Hell Hades artifact extractor. Now you can run this on your phone now. There is now a version for mobile. But so basically what you do is you use the optimizer or the extractor, and it will upload your roster to the website. And then you can use the tool to try to get suggestions for clan boss. So let me see if I can show this. Okay, so here I am on hellhades.com, and this is the optimizer, and I would go over here to team optimizer. Now, I've uploaded I just click on the upload to website button, and I've uploaded my roster, and then I'll go to clan boss, Ultra Nightmare, and I'll say find team, and this will suggest some teams to me. So this is the team. Now, these team suggestions are based on what other people have run. And as you can see, there aren't a lot of suggestions here. But what I could do is I could go back and I could say, I'm not worried about Ultra Nightmare. Let's say I'm worried about Brutal. And I'll find more teams here at Brutal, because there are more people at my account level who are running, teams at Brutal. And you can see it tells you like how many total battles have been run with this team. So 7 here. you know, and the damage per key. It's about 10.5 million per key. The higher you go, you can sort it by whatever you want, but I've sorted it by damage. So the top one here is 15.7 million. So you can use this as an opportunity to, you know, find a decent clan boss team, especially if you're not at Nightmare or Ultra Nightmare. If you are at Nightmare or Ultra Nightmare, your better option is to go to deadwoodjedi.com. So in that case, let's see. So then you can come here and you can look for speed tunes. One way you can look for speed tunes is just click on the speed tunes, like don't select any of the particular speed tunes. And then you get this filters option here. And you can say, you know, I'm looking for an unkillable team, say that runs Demythic because I have Demytha. And I do have my Seeker, so I'm going to say I want to look for, you know, teams that run both of those. And I would like at least a 3-key Ultra Nightmare. And I want it to be affinity friendly. And then you filter. And then you're going to get all these options. And you can say, you know, you just look through the ones and you say, okay, you know, I don't know. I'll pick Rabat Eater. No, let's see. Let's do Cat Eater. Or Batman Forever. Let's do Batman Forever. And so then here we say, okay, well, you know, we've got this composition. It should have pulled, oh, I guess it did Demytha or Seeker, but not Demytha and Seeker. So, you know, this would be a Seeker-based one with a 1 turn on block damage champion and a 2 turn block damage champion. By the way, you could swap in Demytha here for Warcaster, but you'd have to leave her at a 4 turn cooldown on her block damage buff. So if you've booked her out already and she's on a 3 turn cooldown, you can't use this team composition. But if you haven't booked her out, then you still have the option of keeping her at a 4 turn cooldown and using her in place of Warcaster. So anyway, that would give you, you know, another place to find clan boss teams. All right, son, I'm going to put you in the lead for a minute. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in like 3 minutes.
Hello. Bye-bye. It's the Sun Show again. Sun Show time. Woo. Yeah. How's it been going, everybody? Wish I had the champs for an unkillable team. You and I both, Civic. Would be really nice. I think my team is pretty good for clan boss. Not doing the damage against the force affinity, or what was that guy? Whatever the red affinity is. But once I get some masteries, they'll be doing better. There we go. So how's everybody been doing so far? Enjoying the stream? Cole on his soapbox? It's always a good time. Oh, what I gotta do, I gotta get that and get the timer reset. There we go. Joined the new clan recently. Actually drops the Ultra Nightmare and Nightmare Boss. Nice. Yeah, our clans aren't quite there yet, but we've got Brutal down. We're moving into Nightmare. And work watching you guys play Raid. Today's a good day. Yeah, I think in the Discord, Great Dane just posted a picture. He's got his laptop, his tablet, and his TV going. He's chilling big time. Talking about, I got 0 unkillable or block damage. Yep, that's the exact same boat that I'm in. So I've got the Miscreated Monster. I'm hoping with the shield, first real ally protect. Hoping that's gonna help me push the clan boss and a lot of other dungeons as well. Hook says it's always awesome hanging out with you guys. That's awesome. I appreciate that. It is likewise for us. We have a lot of fun doing the streams. Let's see. We're gonna run those guys up to 40 now. I don't have a ton of brews.
Hi ho chat. Hi ho Colred says 50. Welcome 50. Good to see you.
Hi ho. Hi ho. Off to work we go.
Sabik says, wish I had the champs for an unkillable. All I have so far is a single warcaster. Well, then you are half of the way there. If you get another warcaster or any other unkillable champ, you have enough. You have enough. So yeah, you just need one more. Peckham Halder says, I got 0 unkillable or block damage, have to rely on ally protection and increased defense, I guess. Yeah, and that's, that's where we are. Neither one of us has any kind of block damage or unkillable team. And you can get pretty far with that. You can get all the way up to probably like a 3-key Ultra Nightmare. Getting from like 5-key Ultra Nightmare down to 3-key Ultra Nightmare, that's where most of the difficulty is going to come in if you don't have an unkillable comp, right? The crazy thing is, if you get the unkillable comp tuned at the right moment, you can go from like a 3-key Nightmare and no Ultra Nightmare at all to like a 2-key Ultra Nightmare and 1-key Nightmare like instantaneously. So unkillable compositions provide way more progress for way fewer resources than killable compositions. But that doesn't mean you can't do it. It just means the grind is longer. It just means you need better gear. It just means you need to get really powerful champions in combination, get them really fast, have a good team comp, and you can do it. My first 3-key Ultra Nightmare had no unkillable comp. Yeah, and in fact, my first 1-key Nightmare had no unkillable. So I was able to 1-key Nightmare without any unkillable champions. Took a while. Took longer than I would have liked. The interesting thing for me, which was actually frustrating and interesting, is I built the budget unkillable. I got my Man-Eater, I got my Painkeeper, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna do the unkillable comp. It's gonna work. I built it. I got the same exact damage I got from my regular composition, my killable, untuned composition. And so I was so frustrated by that, I just walked away from the unkillable and I like went back to my main comp and just like got those champions into a better place. And then I got my Valkyrie, and then I got counterattack, and I put her in, and that got me my 1-key Nightmare. Hoke says, yeah, it is always awesome hanging out with you guys. Well, thanks. It is great to hang out with you as well. Cheers to being pro gamers, making money while playing games. The dream is real. We make very little money. We are monetized, and technically we do make money. We have not received any money as of yet. Nope. And that was more of a clerical issue on my part. But in fact, we are currently making money. It's just pennies on the dollar, really, in terms of the hours we put in and the money we get back. Oh, you're getting money. Okay, Live Wild is getting money. Well, congrats then. What game are you playing, and how are you making your money at your games? Please tell us the secret. We are building our foundation. That's what we're doing.
That is true. That is true. I think Liv might just be playing Raid and doing that while working.
Oh, I got you.
I'm going to venture to guess.
Yeah. Being at work, but playing while you're at work. Gotcha. Yeah. Sometimes you have a job. Some people have jobs where your job primarily consists of you being at a location and there's not a lot going on, but you have to be there in case something goes on. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's what you're there for. It's like maybe you're there for an 8-hour shift and stuff goes on for 2 hours of that 8-hour shift, but you don't know when in the 8 hours it's going to show up. So you have to be there for the full duration, you know? And so you bring a book or you play games on your phone, and that's just something that you do and it's allowable. And then other people try to avoid their work by playing games or making it more, palatable because you have a job you don't like so much. And you're like, so if I can find an hour to play Raid, it helps get me through my day. And I understand that as well. Of course, employers hate that, but I understand that.
10 reasons why employers hate Raid.
Yeah. I mean, the truth of the matter is it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter if people play Raid. If you have a job where you have the possibility of getting away from your work for a little bit and you hate your work, or not even you hate it, it's not awesome, you're going to find ways to waste time. I mean, I remember I worked a job, this is almost 30 years ago. I worked a job where company policy was smokers got 2 10-minute smoke breaks a day. But if you weren't a smoker, you didn't get the break. And so I knew guys at the job who picked up smoking just to get the 10-minute breaks. I know at least one woman who faked it. She just had a pack of cigarettes she would take outside and she would just stand with the smokers, but she wouldn't actually smoke. And then I knew 2 guys who actually started smoking because they were like, this isn't fair. Smokers get more breaks. I'm like, okay, so go ahead and take up a horribly unhealthy habit just to get out of 20 minutes of work a day. But, people did it. It's like, so you don't have to have a phone or a laptop or anything to waste time. You just have to have a desire to waste time. You'll figure it out. You go to the men's room for an extra 5 minutes a day. You just stand there looking at yourself in the mirror going, why do I do this? Why do I do this? But nobody's in the bathroom, so you can just have a private minute to yourself, Is Logic Falconheart worth building to pair up with Jareg for clan boss? That's a good question. Is Logic Falconheart worth building to pair up with Jareg for clan boss? My gut reaction is no, but let me actually do a little bit of research because I shouldn't just give you a gut reaction answer. So let's go look at Logic Falconheart. Is he Sacred Order? He is. I thought he was Bannerlords. He's Sacred. Okay. So here's Logic Falconheart. Let's take a look at his kit. Decrease attack at a 60% chance. It's not bad. And who are you pairing him up with? Jareg. So you've got a ally protect champion in Jareg. All right, so decrease attack is good. Removes all debuffs from one ally, then places an ally protection buff on that ally for 2 turns. So you could cleanse the stun potentially. The ally protection is weird here. Like if you're thinking put the ally protection on Jareg and then split the damage that way, maybe, but I don't know if it would auto that. I don't know how that would work. That would be kind of interesting to see. And then shield buff on all allies for 2 turns equal to 20% of this champion's max HP. He's at almost 19k, so it's not bad. It's not a great HP pool for an epic, for an HP epic, but it's like solid. It's okay. 2 turns on a 2-turn cooldown. I never noticed that before. Places shield buff on all allies for 2 turns on a 2-turn cooldown. So if we look at this kit, if I'm just looking, like I've never built this guy, but I'm just looking at this kit. I'm looking at his stats. He's got 1101 defense, 18.8k HP, 96 speed. None of that is bad, but none of it is great. Speed is average, defense is average, HP is average for an HP based champion. But his kit seems solid. 60% chance on the A1 of landing decrease attack. That's nice. He has affinity, so he'll weak hit sometimes. The ally protection, I don't know if that'll play or not, but the removes all debuffs from one ally. This is like a weak version of a cleanse. It's really not. This is really not a great cleanse, but specifically just for clan boss. If you can get it to target the right champion, whoever your stun target is, then it could be good. And then the shield buff for 2 turns on a 2-turn cooldown is actually very good and potentially would be usable against Scarab Boss. So he doesn't seem like a bad champion. I don't know that I would target him as a clan boss champion. Like I would probably build him for Scarab. It's not a bad champion. If you don't have another option and you need that decreased attack and you need more survivability on your team, yeah, you could build him. I think long term this guy falls out of use. I don't think he's going to have a lot of value for you at endgame.
But not every champion needs to.
Yeah, not every champion needs to. He could be just a progression champion. You will always have use for him in faction crypts. That shield will make sure of that. It's hard for me to say without seeing the rest of your roster. But I would say, like, if you had the books and you were like looking to, you know, get somebody up, because it's like if you don't have the books and you don't get the shield down to a 2-turn cooldown, you have to book out that skill at least. If you don't book out that skill, it's not, there's no point in it. So you need the books. So if you have the books and like you don't have another champion that seems more valuable, then potentially, yeah, you could run him up. Still more Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss team questions. Unkillable, Helicath, Skullcrusher, Ninja, Farrakhan, and what for the last champ? Well, the question is, do you have it speed tuned? If you are trying, and like how fast is that speed tune? Is that a 4 to 3? Are you using Helicath's shield as the unkillable? Or are you using Skullcrusher's passive as the unkillable? So Skullcrusher has to be the stun target. Because you have a Farrakhan there who's going to be weak affinity. You have all of those champions are going to be weak affinity. Let me go look at Skullcrusher here. Okay, so Skullcrusher is force affinity. And then you have Helicath and Farrakhan the Fat, who I believe are both spirit affinity, and you have Ninja, who is magic affinity. So you're not going to be able to control the stun target. So if you can't control the stun target, you need to make sure that Helicath's shield is up to keep the stun target alive. And then you're going to need either a block debuffs buff or you're going to need a cleanse. So potentially the best champion you could maybe throw in there would be like a Doom Priest. Right? And Doom Priest is going to get you your increased attack, and it's going to give you your cleanse. And then you're affinity friendly. So you could do that. But you still have to tune Helicath to make sure that the shield is up for the stun target. Regretting your whole raid career in the men's room. Just looking at yourself in the mirror. Why do I do this? I could have played WoW. I could have played League of Legends. Why did I choose a mobile game? Why did I choose a gacha game? Steam Shadow says, I just got Python out of nowhere yesterday from an ancient. Any advice on how to build it? Yeah. Python's phenomenal. You have your... Okay, so I'm going to show you Python because Python's one of, like, not one of my favorite champions, but Python's such a good value champion. So let me show you Python for a second. This is just like, in terms of supports, this is one of the purest supports there is in the game. There are almost no more supporting champions than Python, right? So you get heals on the A1, hits 2 times. So this could actually heal 2 different allies, which is really nice if there are 2 that are very low, or it could heal 1 ally by 10%. Of this champion's max HP, nice HP pool, 21.1. So you want HP on this champion. You're going to prioritize HP over defense, although you want both. Speed is nice at 105. Base defense, 1299, really good. You don't care about the damage from this champion at all. Doesn't matter. A2 is a full team cleanse with a heal and a block debuff buff on all allies for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. This is the best cleanse in the game. There is no better cleanse in the game because, first of all, it's a cleanse with a block debuffs. There are only a few champions who have that. For instance, Cardiel has that. It also has a heal, which is 10% of their max HP, plus an extra 5 for each debuff removed. So potentially, you could get like a 50% heal here. There are times when you have a whole bunch of debuffs on, and you're just going to get a big chunky heal. So absolutely best cleanse in the game. 3-turn cooldown, you get 20% bonus heals there. So it's really 12% plus 6%. You've got an AoE revive. It's a very good AoE revive. It's not the best in the game, but it's a very good AoE revive, and it's on a 4-turn cooldown. So 50% HP, 50% turn meter, which is standard for sort of legendary AoE revives. You get a strengthen buff on all allies for 2 turns, which is actually very nice. And being on a 4-turn cooldown, really good. The passive here is quite nice. Allies receive 5% less damage from skills for each buff on them. So you can actually get 25% damage mitigation. And this is just like a flat damage mitigation if you're running a lot of buffs. And remember that he puts out the block debuff. So you're going to get at least that buff out there. But if you're running, him with, let's say, a Mithrala or somebody who puts out a lot of extra buffs, then you can get a ton of damage mitigation from this champion. And then you get resistance in all battles by 60, which is a nice aura. So super good champion. Really one of the purest supports. You need no accuracy on this champion. That's why it's such a great like healer buffer, right? I shouldn't say purest supports. I guess I should say like the purest like non-debuffer support, right? Like it's this champion is a healer and a buffer. Primarily a healer and a reviver. And a cool looking lizard dude with a purple glowing staff. So how do you build them? Build them high HP, no accuracy. Don't need any accuracy. So keep accuracy out of your build if you can. You have 2 ways to build this champion. If you're going for a cleanse build, if you want this A2 to always be available so you can always cleanse, then you want high resistance. Okay, now you can get high resistance in a bunch of ways. You could go with a resistance banner, absolutely. You don't need an accuracy banner, so you should probably have a resistance or an HP banner on this champion. But that's one place you could get a lot of resistance. I wouldn't put a resistance chest piece on. But you can get resistance from substats, and you can also get resistance from your set. A really nice set for for Pythion as a filler set is this Fortitude. So like if you had 2 pieces of good Fortitude, you could use that. I actually run mine in Protection. So you can also do that. I don't know. I don't think I have any pieces of Protection yet. Yeah. I don't have any Protection. But you can run in Protection because then that block debuffs buff would be potentially protected. Plus you get speed, resistance, and HP, I think, from Protection, which are all great stats for Pythion. So if you have the Protection gear, that's a great way to go. You could go with speed sets. You could go with any defensive set, anything that brings HP. Resilient set would be good. So if you're relatively, lower in the game in terms of account level, like if you're, so let's say you're below like 70 or something, then you're going to have a chance to get good resilience gear. And resilience gear gives you HP and defense. Mix it with some speed gear, get them fast. Speed does matter. Absolutely, you want this champion fast. Your cleanser should often be your fastest champion on like a go second team in arena, because you're going to get hit by everything. And then if your cleanser doesn't get CC'd, you have them go first. They're going to remove all the debuffs first before anybody goes. So it's going to improve your survivability and your damage. And you want them tanky as possible, so because he's also a reviver. So yeah, that's how I would build this champion. If you're going to use Pythion as a PvE support, then you maybe could get away with a little bit less tankiness. It's possible that you could, like, you don't need as much defense, say. Get them to about 3k defense and then just put everything else into HP. You can get an HP pool of like 80,000 on this champion. I think mine runs at somewhere like 78,000, something like that. So really high HP pool, which makes the heals on the A1 really strong. And that's just a nice bonus. Yeah. Fantastic support. Such a good support. So congrats on the pull.
Oh, yeah.
Is Vildrax valid for any content, Axe 50? Yeah, Righteous Set would work. Hoax, that would work. Absolutely. Is Vildrax valid for any content? I just saw somebody do a video. I didn't watch the video, but somebody just did a video on Vildrax. It might have been Ash. Or it could have been like, I don't know, it could have been Taraku or MTG Jedi, but somebody just did one a couple of days ago. I have never built one. But we could take a quick look at Vildrax. See Demon Spawn? Yeah. This bug-looking guy. Two times with the leech at 50% each hit, so that's a 75% chance of landing. He's magic affinity. 100% chance of a hex on an AoE on a 3-turn cooldown. Another AoE on a 4-turn cooldown, 100% chance of increasing the duration of all enemy debuffs by 1 turn. When hitting enemies under hex debuffs, also has a 60% chance of putting one of their skills on cooldown. Has 10% chance of stealing the heal each time an enemy under a hex debuff is about to be healed. That's kind of cool. Does not work against bosses. The amount healed will be the same as it would have been on the original target of the heal, except if the heal is based on target's HP, in which case it will scale off of Vildrax's HP. And this could be increased to a 30% chance of stealing the heal. But doesn't work against bosses. So who would you use that against? I mean, is that only a PvP skill then? So 2 AoEs with 100% chance to land a hex. And an increased duration of all enemy debuffs by 1 turn, including the Hex. So you can have 100% uptime on Hex. Double hitter with the Leech. Yeah. Seems buildable to me. Seems like a legit champion to me. I don't know what his multipliers are. He's a support. Does damage based on an attack, but his attack number is tiny at 738. So probably won't do any damage. Decently tanky, right? Almost 20k HP, 1255 defense, 97 speed's not bad. A little bit of accuracy in the kit. Gives you a better chance of landing the debuffs. Seems decent. Seems like would help in wave content. Potentially good in Hydra. Right? You have that AoE Hex, which can help you with the Head of Mischief. Plus, it'll just do more damage. It'll spread your single target damage out. And then it increases duration of all enemy debuffs, which is really good on Hydra when you drop a lot of debuffs on Hydra. So it seems like a potential Hydra boss. Seems like a potential Hydra boss champion. Could be wave content champion. Could be in Doom Tower. Could potentially be in Arena. It's hard to say. Maybe not. I mean, this 60%, 80% chance of putting a skill on cooldown is like not bad, but it requires a second hit. So probably not Arena. Let's see how he's rated. Hydra 4.3. So seems okay pretty much everywhere. Arena defense 4.1. Arena offense 4.3. Faction Wars 4.5, which makes sense. The Leech and the increased duration of all enemy debuffs does make him viable for clan boss, but it's not an optimal clan boss kit. So it seems like a decent champion. Certainly worth it in a few places, potentially good in Hydra or wave content in Doom Tower maybe. Shane's got to head out. Catch you later, Colred. See you, Shane. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. I thought about Spider because Hex is good for mass enemies, right? Yes, Hex is good for mass enemies. You could use this in Spider, especially if you use it in conjunction with an HP burn champion, because you could get the Hex out there. The HP burns would do extra damage with the Hexes. Plus, you could extend both the Hex and the HP burns with the A3. So yeah, could be good for Spider. That's a good call. Should I feed Yaga and Sinner? Asks Stephen King. You could. I have fed both of those before. Neither one is high value. Yaga is Skinwalkers. Yaga's not awful. Yaga's the better of the two, I think. Poison's A1, Poison's A2, you know. So if you were in desperate need of like a clan boss poisoner, you can do decent work there. But not important for anything else. Like if you don't need him for clan boss, he's not good for faction wars, right? He's got all single target hits. There doesn't bring any debuffs, doesn't bring any additional utility. Like there are definitely uncommons and rares I would rather run than Yaga the Insatiable in faction crypts. Tolog is way better. Gnarlhorn is way better. I would run Lamabur. I would run Grappler. I would run Satyr before I ran Yaga. So yeah, you could feed Yaga, no problem. And then what was the other one? The other one was Sinner? Defiled Sinner, this one I'm assuming. Who again is not useless. Has a chance of placing decreased attack. This thing is, if 5 or more enemies are alive, does the following attack instead. Attacks all enemies, places a 25% increased attack buff on this champion for 2 turns before attacking. This is usable in Spider Boss, basically. Sometimes in like Doom Tower, because waves are 5 enemies. Or, you know, any dungeon, you can get this as an opening hit. Attacks one enemy, then attacks all enemies, inflicting damage equal to 15% of their max HP. If the first hit kills an enemy, the second hit cannot be critical. It's kind of a weak max HP hit. And then the A3 is an AoE, and you get additional damage based on the number of enemies. Again, usable in Spider. So in low levels of Spider, like up to 20, potentially he has some usages. There are just better AoE champs, I think. He's not bad. Spider Sten 4.7. That's going to be the primary use for him outside of Faction Wars. So Faction Wars 4.5, Spider Sten 4.7. So if you need help clearing waves of spiderlings in the Spider Den, and the affinity makes sense because remember he is Force Affinity. Right, you can see he's Force Affinity. So as long as you're going up against a Magic Affinity Spider, then this potentially can be a good champion for you. Now, that matters because the Magic Affinity Spider stages are good ones. So the first one is stage 10. Stage 10 is a good... So, you know, if you're trying to clear stage 10 quickly and you want to farm, then you can use Defiled Sinner here. And then the next one is... The next one that matters is stage 25. So like the other ones, stage 22 and stage 18 in between aren't that important. Stage 14 is okay. But it's like, you know, so you're not going to use him into stage 20 because he's weak affinity into stage 20. And, you know, you could use him into the neutral affinities. That would be fine. But I just think you have better options. So could you feed him? Sure. Sure. He's okay in Faction Crypts and he's okay in Spider. Whereas like Yaga's okay in Clan Boss and that's it. So the question is, I said Yaga's the better of the two, but I'm not actually sure that's true. Yaga is a specialist who's probably better at what he specializes in than Defiled Sinner is, but Defiled Sinner can be used in more places. But they're both pretty mediocre. Nubraids had the Viltrax video. He's basically a walking cursed set. That's right. He's got the 100% chance to land a Hex debuff. He is, in fact, not a walking cursed set because he's an affinity, and a cursed set is never affinity. Right? So cursed sets can't weak hit, and Viltrax can. But that being said, yes, you know, there's a lot of similarity to there. You're like, I have a champion who does that instead of bringing a set who does that. Now, if you can put it cursed set on a champion who's got AoEs, then you've got the best of both worlds. So you could potentially even put him in a cursed set, and then you've got the double value because he's got 2 AoEs, and he can extend both of the hexes, whichever one he hits and lands, and then you've got like backup for the weak hit thing. Like you could potentially put the cursed set hex down, or maybe I don't know, build them differently. I've never built one, but. What do you use Shield Guard for? What do I use Shield Guard for? Right now, I don't use them for much of anything. What was that, son?
I said for good times.
Right now, I'm not using him for much of anything. He will eventually. Actually, he should be now my campaign farmer. I should make him my campaign farmer. But I've been focused more on other champions, and I haven't quite gotten the gear for him, but I could make him my campaign farmer. Let's see how he does in campaign. Let's just run him in campaign one time. Let's do this. I don't know how he would do in campaign. I'm assuming he would do fine. So he's not one-shotting the waves yet. That's a problem. I think he's got high crit rate, but it might not be 100%. He might be at like 90% crit rate or something like that. And he needs 100% crit rate. Yeah, so he's not in danger of dying here. But you can see, since he's not one-shotting the waves, he's just slower than he needs to be. But eventually he'll be my campaign farmer. Let's give him another run, see if he does any better. And the nice thing about Shield Guard is you can actually make him your Nightmare campaign farmer as well. So if I get the right gear on him, I don't have to build a second campaign farmer. He's also my carry in Barbarian faction crypts. And he was relatively cheap to build, and I didn't have another option at the time. He did work for me. His slow helped me in Fire Knight for a while, and in Spider Boss for a while he helped. But I eventually moved on from him. So yeah, he gave me some limited value for a little bit, but he's going to give me more value moving forward. I just have to spend some time regearing him.
That was also a stream vote, if I recall.
Yeah, we did that as a stream vote. But I think the other thing with him that I need to finish is I think he's up to tier 5 masteries, and he doesn't have his tier 6 mastery yet. So as soon as I can get him to tier 6, I'll get him the 20% extra crit damage. And that might allow him to one-shot these waves. Let me double check that. I don't think I have him to tier 6 master. Yeah, so he's up to tier 5. And I'm going to probably... Whoops. Yeah, I think I'm probably going to run him down to Flawless Execution for the extra 20% crit damage for campaign farming. I could put him in Helm Smasher. But I actually think, for consistency of clear, Flawless Execution is better. Kate of the Dead says, Family Town time now, guys. See you another time. Thanks for hanging out, Kate. I hope the family's doing well. Enjoy your time. Stun set on Vildrax could work, sure. He's got 2 AoEs. Oh, that's the other thing. He's gonna be my solo Minotaur farmer as well. What stats should he have to solo Minnow stage 15? That's a good question, and I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head. But if I had to guess, looking at what I have, so you want to lap the Minnow, so you need speed. Unless you're going for a one, like you're matching the speed and you're dropping all the speed down to get tons of crit damage, which you can also do, so you could one hit everything. But I would probably go for a lap, which I think means you need something like you might need like 220 speed. Let me just check the stages tool here. Now, for the boss, you don't necessarily need to lap the boss because you're going to place the slow on him, hopefully. But so the speeds are... The fastest speed is 101. And then the boss... Okay, the boss is only running at 90, so you can lap the boss. So I guess I would say like 205 then. You run him at 205. You're going to need an accuracy if you want to land the slow. But if you don't care about the slow, then you can probably ignore the slow. I might be close. Run him in a lifesteal set. Get him to about 205 speed. I would say you want around 3k defense. And then you want 100% crit rate. And crit damage, you could probably get away with like 150. So you can see I'm not that close here. Right? So I would need to double my crit damage and get about, 20 more speed. And then, maybe like 3k defense. Maybe that's overkill. Maybe I only need 2.5k defense. I don't know. So optimally, I'd get him into crit damage gloves with 100% crit rate. Need some speed substats. I need some better speed substats here. I'd probably get rid of this accuracy because I don't care about accuracy. I was using him for his slow, but I don't need that anymore. The revenge banner is less important. So get him into a defensive banner, maybe with speed, or maybe like this would be fine. that I could, you know, roll this properly. I want crit damage amulet that I don't have yet. Preferably with some defense substats. Yeah, he's not built particularly well right now. He's just kind of thrown into stuff that I had lying around. He doesn't even have a, what's he got? He's got 88% crit rate. You know. But yeah, Minotaur might not require as much defense as I'm thinking. So maybe 2.5k at 205 speed with 100% crit rate and like 130 or 40% crit damage might be enough. Because I don't need the accuracy at all. Full masteries. That'd be good. My shield guard is actually on a very similar spot to where yours is, excluding speed. Yeah. That's the one tricky thing about this guy is his base speed is so low. It's at 89. I would love to see them raise this speed to be on par with some of the other uncommons who run at like 93. Like that would be really nice. I think that extra 4 speed would matter, not just because like it's 4 additional speed, but because people run them with speed sets, which, you know, like having him below 90 is annoying. But you know, are they going to buff one of the strongest uncommons in the game? Of course not. You know, so this is just more of an annoyance than something else. I just wish that like they would say, okay, everybody's going to build this guy anyway. Why make them suffer? You know, like why not just give him? We'll just give him 4 more speed, 5 more speed. That'd be nice. It wouldn't be game breaking. It would just make it a little bit easier to get him to the numbers that you need. My one-man defense is helping me out here. Just drop me back down. I can surf. I can surf without even needing to waste token. That's good. Uh-oh.
It's always nice.
Well, now I can't. That was bad.
What happened?
I lost the speed race.
No, get wrecked, mate.
I didn't expect to, but I did.
I think Demon King, are you asking me what stage of Dragon I'm on? I'm not on Dragon, I'm on the Griffin. Whatever he is, stage 50, I believe. We're just trying to farm this guy for Guardian gear, but I can't auto it. Not good enough. But I also can't beat it manually every time. It's a struggle.
Yeah, I just picked a couple of bad arena fights. Oh well. I'll have to wait for the... Do I have a refresh? I do have a refresh. Oh well. Yeah, arena has been a frustration recently. I mean, the arena surfing helps. It definitely helps. But I have not gotten a single piece of gear to improve the speed of Runekeeper Dazzdark in like a month. Like, he's still basically in the gear I built him in. I think I added a piece like a week after I built him, and that's where he's been. What is going on with this champion? She just took like 4 turns. Yeah, so that's been frustrating. You know, I feel like I have the team to take me to gold 5. I feel like I have the team. I just need the gear. I have not upgraded my Athel in like 45 days. I haven't upgraded my Runekeeper Dazzdark in like 30 days. I haven't upgraded my Deacon Armstrong in like 30 days. Like, I have not improved this team at all since I built it. And I have farmed hard in order to try to get pieces to upgrade this team, and it has not worked. So I do want to make a move on Arena sometime. Now, you know, we've got these sacred shards to pull, hopefully this upcoming weekend, like a week from yesterday.
Hopefully.
Hopefully they actually give us the sacred shard event. Now, Hellhades is saying, hellhades.com is saying that it's going to be a sacred shard event. But of course,
it's saying 2 weeks out. It's the last I saw.
What's that?
I saw the same thing on Hellhades. It said that it was going to be a sacred, but it also said that it was going to be 2 weeks out rather than next week.
No, right now it says I can show you.
Unless it's changed recently.
Friday the 3rd of November.
Yeah,
expecting a 2 times sacred shard event. Now, this is just the expectation. This is just what we know. Now, he finds out like 24 hours before we do if they make a change. You know, so it's not like, I mean, the content creators sometimes get slight advance notice, but not a lot. So this is the expectation. Of course, this was the expectation last week. It said 2 times sacred summoning event, and then they changed it literally hours before, or they let us know that they changed it hours before it dropped and it became a void shard event, which was annoying. I mean, I don't mind pulling void shards. I like pulling void shards, but not knowing what the event is going to be has become a frustration for me recently, because they seem to have decided that they're not going to stick to their plan. They're going to change it whenever they want. And I think the unpredictability of it is like maybe a new marketing strategy. They're like, hey, if we do them out of order, then people aren't going to be able to save as effectively, and they're going to have to buy shards sometimes. So I hope that's not it. I really hope that's not it, because Plarium, every time they do something like this, I'm like, you had a pattern that was not only like nice because it was predictable, but it was nice because the predictability gave players options. Nobody likes more unpredictability in their life. Nobody is like, you know, I mean, unless your life is incredibly boring and you're like, man, every day is the same. I wish I had some unpredictability in my life. But if you want that kind of unpredictability, this isn't like the game where you're like, oh, this is solving my problem with my life. You know, like, that's not happening. Like, maybe you need to quit your job and go, I don't know, move or something. Like, you know, those are the ways you fix that problem.
Put it all on the roulette table at that
No,
point.
don't do that. Don't do that. Don't ever do that.
All of your life savings. If you need that kind of rush, that kind of unpredictability, just throw everything on black, man.
No, I'm talking about getting out of a rut. If you're in a rut, don't go bet it on black. That's the opposite of unpredictability. That is complete predictability. You're just throwing your money away. That's what that is.
There's a 50-50.
No, there's not. It's not a 50-50.
I'm watching the you didn't switch back to raid, by the way. It's just the stream.
Oh, yeah.
Graph thing. I mean, it is kind of cool to look at, I guess. Look at you guys.
Look at what, guys?
You're on the stream. But yeah, continue the.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I guess my point being that the unpredictability of the shard schedule is just a frustration. There's nobody who thinks that adds value to the game. So if that's a thing that they're doing it specifically because it reduces value, and by reducing value, they can entice us to spend more money. Like, it's a very transparent move to make our lives worse and thereby like try to get us to spend to make our lives better back to the point that it was before they made the change. That's an incredibly hostile change.
Is it working yet?
Is what working yet?
Them getting you to spend money?
No.
Nope.
No, but what I'm saying is it's a hostile change. Like it's like we're going to reduce your benefit for our benefit. That's the definition of hostile, right? That's the definition of selfish. Like the way our relationship with Plarium should work, and this is the way like it should work with all gaming companies, is I give you something of value and you give me something of value. That's the way it should work. But Plarium's mentality keeps switching back to, I'm going to take value away from you so that you have to spend to get it back. And that's going to benefit me and not. Right. And that's just a bad business model. It's a bad business model. It's a bad gaming model. And it just pisses people off. And it means you reduce your longevity, you reduce player retention, you do all those things. Now, I don't know for certain they're doing this. Maybe it's just that with the introduction of primal shards and then the big Halloween event, they decided to make these changes temporarily and they're going to go back to a predictable schedule. And if that's the case, then great. Then awesome. And I don't mind you occasionally mixing things up in order to add additional like fun to the game. Fine. Awesome. But if they're doing the other thing, you know, that just makes me mad.
Big mad.
Okay, Astrolith. Astrolith is a dark elf, right?
They can be whatever you want them to be.
My feeling about Astrolith is that she's underwhelming, but I'm not 100% sure. Let me take a look. Fills a turn meter of a random ally. That's annoying. So you can't speed tune this champion. Places 2 bomb debuffs that detonate after 1 turn. This debuff cannot be resisted. That's not bad. Exchanges remaining HP levels with a target enemy that attacks with the default skill cannot be used on a boss. Gains an extra turn and decreases the cooldown of the skill by 3 turns. If this champion's a... Were we talking about somebody else? Were we talking about Ashtalon, not Ashtalith? Are we talking about Ashtalon? Because he's the one that's got the chance of the stun, right? I think Ashtalon's a better champion than Ashtalith is. I think Ashtalith's okay. I think Ashtalon's better. Used to be better, like has been power crept a little bit. Yeah, this is like an anti kind of Candrafon, but not really, because Candrafon had like, this is more of an anti-Duchess, I guess. Removes all buffs from targets under Veil or Perfect Veil, then places Weaken on those champions. So if you're going into a Duchess who puts the Veil up on the allies, you can remove those Veils and then put Weaken on them and then hit them and has a chance of placing a stun debuff on all enemies for 1 turn. The problem is you're not removing the block debuffs buff, I guess. I don't know who you would use this against, honestly. But a pretty solid arena champion.
Speaking of primal shards, gosh, I can't talk today. Primal shards. I have 1 primal.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we should pull it.
Okay.
My level of cares given for primal shards is out of minimal.
Yeah, I can
Value
tell.
it less than ancient shards.
All right. I mean, we're watching you anytime you want to go.
Oh, yeah. Let's pull a rare. Let's go for it.
Get something.
Rare time.
Get a good. Get a good.
Yeah, baby. Let's go.
Fencer.
Fencer.
I'm sorry. It would have been really nice to see you just like pull an epic there, like a solid epic.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Yeah, primal shards are underwhelming.
Well, I'm doing the champion training, so rares are nice.
That's true.
I think there's more to get, isn't there? Where did I see more primal? Oh yeah, champion training. By the way, that artifact enhancement is live, so
Okay.
we wanted to get free stuff on your gear, because you mentioned that earlier. It's live. We'll do it live.
Yeah, sorry. I just got a text from a client. But okay, so the artifact enhancement is live.
Yep.
Is it an event or a tournament? It's an event, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go check out the rewards here. So 100 points, Halloween points available, an epic tome, some mortal soul coins, energy and gems, which are nice early on, and then the silver chest. I mean, realistically, when you're looking at like a 5-star piece, let's say I don't really have 6-star pieces, but maybe I have some 6-star pieces, but a 5-star piece all the way up is 270 points. And that on average probably takes somewhere in the vicinity of maybe 1.5 million. I'm at 11 million. That means I can run up maybe 7 pieces. So I'm looking at maybe 1,800 points. So even getting these first batch of Halloween points is a little tricky. Now, obviously, we'll get more silver over the duration of this event. You can also run up like trash to 4 stars and sell it and get some free points that way.
Yeah.
But yeah, realistically, I think maybe the 2,000 point threshold is where I'm going to get. I mean, that epic tome out there is juicy, but there's no way I have enough silver to get 6,500 points. Typically, this runs around 2 million. I'm sorry, 2 million, 20 million to get these 5 fragments here. So to get to the 4775 is going to take roughly 20 million silver. So yeah, probably the 2,000 point total is where I'm gonna land. But the energy and gems are nice. The soul coins are fine. I don't know that I have any gear that I want to run up right now. I probably want to forge some more gear before I run up any gear. Which reminds me, I should look at faction crypts today. I haven't even looked at them.
Orcs and Ogre.
My Ogren, I can't even do anything. I've got nothing for Ogren. But Orcs, I should be doing all right. I think I just picked up my my Void Legendary Orc. So she should be maybe enough to help me get past the first boss. I haven't built her yet. I haven't put any gear on her. So I'll have to gear her out, and then maybe she should be able to get me. Yeah. Didn't we have Ogrins like 2 days ago?
Yeah, I believe so. Not too long ago. I guess it doesn't feel that long ago.
High Elves and Sacred Order coming open tomorrow. High Elves I'm doing okay on. Sacred Order I'm obviously doing very well on because of Deacon and Athel. But let's look at High Elves for a second. I think I'm doing okay there. Yeah, I'm doing okay there. I got Battle Sage. I built her out. Iria, Eris, and Selenia are built out. So I have to decide what I want to do with the 5th spot. I've got an Avenger here at level 40. So I could leave her there until I finish tomorrow. That might get me through the first boss. All right. Don't they normally say to do an artifact enhancement, you are looking at close to 30 million plus? No. No, I believe it's 20 million. It used to be 15 million. But with the increased, like the inflation for fusions, it's gotten up to about 20 million. But you have 3 of them during the fusion. So that's 60 million total. So what I usually recommend is you want as close to half of that as you can get before the fusion starts. So if you have 30 million before the fusion starts, you can do the first one, no problem. You're halfway to the second one. You're doing all those tournaments, spider tournament, dungeon tournament, dragon tournament, whatever. Picking up more silver, that'll help you get through the second one. And then maybe you do a gear cleanse or whatever at the end, and sell any, trash pieces that you picked up and all the other silver you've gotten from champion training. And that'll help you do the third. But getting 60 million silver during a fusion, like if you start with like 5 million silver and try to pick up 55 million throughout the fusion, that's extremely hard to do. And that's extremely hard to do because it takes a lot of extra energy. So you need gems. You need tons of gems. You need to overshoot your tournaments. You need to overshoot your dungeon divers. You need to do tons of champion training. You need to get a ton of silver. You need to do a gear cleanse. You need to do a forge cleanse. You need to do all sorts of things and maybe eke out that 60 million silver. Or you need to like pull extra shards to get the extra fragments from Summoning Rush or Champion Chase so that you can avoid doing one of the artifact enhancements and save yourself 20 million silver. But that's one of the least friendly events now. It used to not be that bad, but now it's a very unfriendly event. All right, need to beat campaign bosses 3 times. So you know what we do there.
12-3, baby. No. Campaign bosses, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, not 12-3 then.
It's like, tell me you're not paying attention without telling me you're not paying attention.
I just heard campaign, man. That's all I need to hear. 12-3.
12-3, baby.
12-3.
No. That was great though.
12-3.
I enjoyed that. That was fun. By the way, how's our video doing today?
Oh, absolutely terrible. But don't look
Is
at
it?
that. Yeah.
No way.
I know.
Our video's doing terrible. You know how much effort I put into this video?
You and I both, man.
This was not an easy video to produce. We've got 96. What is going on? We've got 119 views in 3 hours. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's a really good video.
Damn, my cool spider. I'm sad.
I'm irritated. It's been difficult recently to predict which videos are going to do well and which aren't. Videos that I think should pop off do nothing, and videos that I think are kind of throwaways pop off. I'm like, I mean, we don't do anything. We don't really do throwaway videos, but we do videos that are like provide less long-term value. Let's say it that way. Like they might be news videos, or they're like, on the Fusion preview or whatever. And sometimes the Fusion previews do nothing. And then every once in a while, Fusion preview takes off for some reason. Who knows? You know, it's like, it's not even really related to the quality of the champion. So it can be frustrating to try to predict what the heck is going to happen with any given video. I did not expect this one to tank, though. I did think we would get some value out of this video in terms of, like, I think it's providing a lot of value, I guess is what I mean. Like, I think people would want to see this one. It's topical. It's Agrath, who is currently like one of the champions people are running into in Doom Tower. People ask for Doom Tower videos. And it's a really comprehensive video that should be able to help everybody. And, you know, if they need help with Agrath. So maybe it's just that it launched during our stream. And so most of our normal viewers, not even most, but some of our normal viewers are here watching us on the stream. But that seems strange to me. I don't like it.
I think what it means is anytime somebody asks for a video, we just do the exact opposite thing. I think that's the way to do it. That'll be fun.
Yeah, it's weird because commenters and stream viewers and stuff like that, they're very self-selecting. Like, it's a group that is not representative of your entire audience in a lot of ways, right? So the people who join us here are people who find value in the stream that is different than the value that they get from videos. Otherwise, why join the stream at all, right? Like, so maybe they enjoy it because, hey, we're the guys they watch in the videos, and that's the draw to come and see, you know, what else we could learn from the channel or whatever. But it's like a stream has a very different format than a video. So like a video is a research thing, whereas a stream is more of a relaxation and entertainment thing. At least my videos are not that entertaining, right? My videos are like chock full of like info. And so like the streaming community may also watch my videos, but they're probably not representative of the entire audience. But then that's also true with the commenters, because the commenters are the ones who are most engaged, who are the ones who are like, you know, actively in like pursuing answers, not just kind of passively receiving answers. So if they have a question, they ask about it. It's like, hey, could you do a video on this? Hey, I want to learn about this. Hey, you said this thing in this video, but I don't understand it. Can you explain it more? And like those comments are great. I love those comments. I think they're awesome. But there are also people who watch like the first 3 minutes of the video and just click off of it. And that counts as a view, you know, but it's like that person clearly has a different expectation of what's coming in the video than the people who get all the way through the video and comment on it at the end. Or even comment on it before watching the video. I love that one. When the video's up for 6 minutes, it's a 40-minute video. And there are 3 comments that say, hey, great video, Colred. I'm like, thanks, guys. That's great. I do appreciate those comments because I know those are viewers who are supporting the channel. Do you know what I mean? They're definitely supporting the channel. They're getting those engagement comments onto the video purposefully to help us out. And I do definitely appreciate that. But it also cracks me up because it's like, I'm glad that you enjoyed the intro. And I'm glad that you commented on it. But, you know, there's more value. But yeah, so sometimes, you know, we get requests and I try to use the request as a guide. I try to say, okay, my audience wants this topic covered. So let me do that topic. And then I put that topic out and I get half the number of views that I normally get. I'm like, what's going on? And I saw 3 comments that asked for this video in the last week. I put out this video and nobody watches the video. And I'm sure the 3 people who put out the comment watched the video. People did, yeah. Those 3 people definitely did, you know. And I definitely get comments every once in a while that are like, hey, thanks for putting out this video. You know, this is exactly what I wanted. So it's not like, you know, there's a spectrum of experience here, but it's just funny. Like, you know, sometimes it's really hard to predict what's going to pop off. The biggest video we've had in like the last 2 months was the Primal Shard Pull video, the very first one.
Oh, the flag?
Yeah, the German flag thumbnail. And so, you know, like we had kind of a simple thumbnail. It kind of like nothing was particularly provocative about the title or the thumbnail.
And we should note, we just didn't know what to do with the thumbnail, so just threw colors on there, and then in hindsight realized it was the German flag. So
right. Yeah, we didn't plan to put the German flag up there. But basically we did. That's what we did. We just put me on the German flag with a shard, and I was pointing at it. And people were like, yeah, we love Germans. I don't know what it was. I was like, yeah. Like all of Germany watched that video. But yeah, it got 4,000 views in the first day, which is like 4 times as many views as we were typically getting in a day. And we couldn't figure it out. Like, it was a fine video, but it wasn't any better or any worse than the videos that had come out in the week before, the week after it, you know? And then I think I realized a couple of weeks later, because I was still trying to figure it out. I was like, the title is Free Primals and something, you know, and yes, I hit or something like that. But it was like, it had the word free in it. And I think that's all that happened. I just think saying the phrase Free Primals made people think it was a video, like it was a shard pull video. And I had gotten the primals that I was pulling for free. So that's why I called it Free Primals. I'm like, I'm pulling free primals and I'm pulling, you know, these other shards. But I think people were like searching for a way to get free primal shards. And so it just happened that people clicked on it more often than not. And then when they saw that it was a shard pull video, they just watched it anyway. But like, we had no idea that video was going to pop off, you know, and then we haven't been able to duplicate that effect in the last 45 days. And then when we put out a great video on Agreth, I mean, a really good video. I haven't watched it yet. I hope it's good.
It's good. I think so.
And we get, what was it, 100 and something views in 3 hours? That's like that's less than half of what we normally get.
Well, you know, that just means the other videos can only go up from here. You got to have a baseline somewhere.
The click-through rate is way down.
The bottom of the barrel on this one.
You know, I mean, it's a Halloween-themed thumbnail with the spider breaking through the glass, and it's cool looking. But maybe people just get creeped out by spiders or something, and we shouldn't put that on our thumbnails. Because every time we put a spider on the thumbnail, it hasn't worked.
That's true.
Maybe we just stop putting spiders on thumbnails.
I like the spiders.
It's a very cool thumbnail.
Thank you.
It's a very cool thumbnail, but maybe people just see the spiders and they're like, nah, I'm not clicking on it. I don't know. I don't know what to say about it.
Do you know how hard it is to make something look like glass in a picture that you're making yourself? It's not easy.
It's not.
All right.
It's not. Yeah, that was a good job. That was a cool little effect you had. What? Everybody in chat, go take a look at Sun's thumbnail today and let me know what you think. How cool is that spider breaking through that glass? Is that cool? Is it too creepy? If you saw it, would you not click on it because of the spider? Would you click on it because it's a cool spider? Like, let me know. Like, from a clickable standpoint, how clickable is that thumbnail? What did we miss? Why do you think it's got a bad click-through rate right now, that it's not getting picked up?
Somebody just pointed out that there's a typo, but I'll fix that real quick.
Defeating. That's true.
Defeating. It's because spiders have teeth now? Teething? Yeah? No?
Constance says, got to start every new video with free blank. Yeah. Just put free in every title, right? David Grebby says, this is not the game for people creeped out by spiders. I agree, but sometimes you like a game and you don't like spiders, and that's just a conflict you have to deal with.
Yep. I think we both know who we're talking about.
We both know several people who are like that. Put a naked girl on the thumbnail, you'll get thousands of clicks. That's true, I'm kind of like, I almost want to do that one time just as a troll move. Like just one time put a thumbnail picture out there that has nothing to do with Raid. Like a really hot chick in a bikini leaning on a sports car drinking a beer, you know, or something. with like
inside all of that inside of a jacuzzi or something.
Right. While holding a platter of like steaks or something, you know, and just be like, okay, this is
and
about
bacon.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then just put that in there. And like the title will be, we got to include the word free. So like totally free, or like how to get totally free stuff. So it's like vague enough that it doesn't even apply to Raid. Like how to get totally free stuff. And then you have this beautiful woman holding all of these things that you might want to get for free, you know, like the car and the food and all that. Right. And then it's just going to be like, it's going to be a video about free resources in Raid, and just see if we get like 20,000 clicks just as a social experiment. I'm sure we would make so many people mad. They'd be like, what the hell is this? Hendrik says, I didn't watch the vid because I found my Nether Spider answer a couple of months into the game. It's just not really a relevant video for my account. That is fair. I'm not saying you have to watch every video. Not every video is going to be relevant. But what I'm saying about the topic is that it is an ongoing Doom Tower boss. And of all of the video requests I get, Doom Tower videos and Doom Tower, of all the video requests that I get, Doom Tower videos and Doom Tower bosses are amongst the most commonly requested videos. So it feels like, even though it's not relevant,
performing videos.
Yeah. So it feels like even though it's not relevant to you, based on the requests that I'm seeing, it should be relevant to some people. Allegedly nowadays, face on a thumbnail increases views as algorithm likes it. Yeah, so the algorithm doesn't like or dislike any thumbnail. That's not the way the algorithm works. But if people like seeing your face on the thumbnail, then they'll click on it more often. And then that will tell the algorithm that you should do that. So, or like that video is a good video. So the algorithm hasn't changed, but maybe people's tastes have changed. You know, we try to put my face on as many thumbnails as possible. Sometimes we don't, but most of the times we do. It is on the thumbnail currently. There's a spider in the thumbnail. I'll click it with a hammer and off to buy a new laptop. 50 says, thumbnail is cool, and I can imagine how hard it was to make that effect. However, I'm a simple man. I see any type of European country flag in the thumbnail I watch, subscribe, and write a comment. Yeah. Like third of the thumbnail is usually a face now. That's true. We could have made me a lot bigger. Hot and free girls in your neighborhood. There you go. Now, something like 98% of my audience is male. I would like that to change. You know, I would like there to be more female viewers, but also that's just the demographic of the game, right? Like this is a mobile, like dark fantasy game. Obviously, it's marketed towards men more than women. And it's the kind of thing men generally play more than women. But I think more than 2% of the raid base is female. And so my audience is just disproportionately male, but not maybe hugely so. I don't know that there's anything to do for that. I do know that putting a bikini-clad woman with a stack of hamburgers and a sports car on my thumbnail is not going to increase my female viewership. But yeah, who knows? If it gets me more clicks, it gets me more clicks, I guess.
Yep, it's time. We just lean in on the clickbait.
The idea thumbnail would be a sacred shard popping and a shocked face next to it. Yeah, that's a pretty common one. Especially Doom Tower is one of the vids where I'm looking into because to know theory against the bosses will help me plan when you pull a champ. Yes, exactly. That is the goal of those videos, not to tell you how to run it, but to tell you how you can run it, and then you get to choose. I remember, hey, Colred said he is a Baumel solution. If you are talking about Taragi the frog, there's Burangiri and there's Taragi, and you spelled Baragi. So I'm not sure which champion you're talking about. Now, Burangiri is a Baumel solution. Taragi the frog is a clan boss champion. If you want clicks, post a title like, here's why Harrier is the best character in the game. Something preposterous like that. The curiosity factor alone will be enough to get people to click. That's true. When I did my sets versus stats video, that got a lot of clicks. Also pissed some people off, but it was a good video. Hot and free guys making 6 figures in your neighborhood. That's to get the female viewers. Is that what you're saying? Ash's latest video is pure clickbait. Did I just pull the best Void character in the game? I get what you're saying. That is extremely clickbaity, but I don't know that it's actually technically clickbait, because if he did pull a great Void legendary, then he's telling you the truth. He's not lying to you. He's not saying one thing and giving you something else. That's what the picture, like, if I did the picture of the bikini clad woman and the car, and I said how to get free stuff, and then I give you a raid video about how to get free stuff in raid, that's pure clickbait. Like, even the free stuff isn't enough to cover my butt there. I'm not giving you enough of the truth there for that not to be a complete lie. That is still a complete lie. So, you know, it's not a bait and switch, right? That's what clickbait is, bait and switch. And technically Ash isn't baiting and switching you. He's just providing a very provocative sounding title in the hopes that you click. And so, yeah, it feels clickbaity. Yeah, that's Burangiri. Maybe something that Hell Hades was wrong just to summon HH audience. I've thought about that before. I don't really want to call HH out. First of all, he can crush me like a bug. And second of all, I really like the guy. The chance of getting his audience and getting a reaction from him in a clickbaity way feels, I don't know, doesn't feel good. I wouldn't mind having a real response to a Hell Hades video that I thought was value added. There have been a couple of videos in the past that I thought about responding to. I haven't really done response videos yet. I don't know how I feel about them in general. I don't know how my audience will respond to them, but I'll probably add them periodically. You know, reaction videos. If you pull Grisor, that could be one of the best voids in the game. Yeah, so. Nicholas says, I enjoy all your videos and prefer you over Ash and Hell Hades because you really put in a lot of effort to help your fans, while Ash is just putting an act on for views and he doesn't care about us. I appreciate the compliment. I will say I like Ash. I actually personally like Ash, and I think he's entertaining. From a standpoint of information, like if you want real nuanced information, you're better off going to like Saphira or YST or Nubraids or Tyraku or somebody who's going to break things down. HH is super busy, and while he's very good, he covers a lot of ground, and so he can't specialize in any one area. He does give good information, and if you go back to his older videos, he's got a lot of really good information there. There's the website, so it's like if you want information, HH Gaming is a great place to go. But Hell Hades, like, daily videos are maybe not as jam-packed as they used to be. And I think Ash ups the entertainment factor. He's a personality. He still gives good information, but he's not as focused on that. He's more focused on the community aspect. And I think it's great for content creators to have different styles. I like that I can get my news from HH. I like that I can get some entertainment from Ash. I also think he's a really good guy. I mean, one of the things that he does is when he pulls shards, anytime he hits a legendary, he gives $100 to charity. And like, that's legit. That's something he actually does. And he doesn't have to do that. Like, shard pull videos aren't going to get more traffic because he donates to charity. He just does that to add a message to his shard pull videos and to actually do some good. And so I appreciate that. But yeah, he's a character. He can be over the top. And if you don't like that, I understand that you might want like my content over his, because I don't give you much of that, right? I don't give you over the top reactions and stuff. We don't cut our content in ways to like put memes into it. We just give you as much information as we can packed into a video. So it's a different style, but I actually do really like HH and Ash. And I've learned a lot from those two content creators.
Indeed. That's the next evolution. Just nothing but memes.
Yeah.
I could do that.
Dumbledore says we should do collaborations with some of the biggest raid content providers to get publicity. I would love to.
Yeah.
I would love to. I would love to do a collaboration, any kind of collaboration. I don't even care what the topic is. I would do anything with Hell Hades. Obviously, it would give my channel exposure, but I just think it would be cool to actually work with another content creator who I respect so much. You know, like, let's do a fun video. That's fine. The problem is there's very little value for HH to do that. Right? There's no real incentive for him to do that. First of all, he's a super busy guy. He's got like 7 businesses and he's managing all these things and he's trying to put out content. So what's the reason why he would collab with me? Right? And the only reason would be because out of the goodness of his heart, he wants to support a new content creator. You know, and maybe potentially because I'm like a free to play content creator, that might provide some value to the free to play like section or segment of his audience. But in reality, it's not going to drive views to his channel. It's not going to increase his subscriptions, right? It's not going, like, all of my viewers probably already know who he is and watch him. So from the standpoint of like when you have an Ash and HH collaboration, the chances are each collaboration is going to get more views because those audiences are large. So yeah, I would love to do a collab like that, but I don't see where the incentive is for HH. Unfortunately. Now I could potentially do a collab with like a more mid-tier content creator. Let's say somebody who's got like under 20,000 subs. I don't know how many of those are left in that range, but maybe somebody like MTG Jedi. And I think it'd be fun to work with like a guy like MTG Jedi because we'd have a lot to talk about. He and I think about the game in similar ways. Our audiences and our like approach, our niche is different enough that I think it would be value added to both audiences. But again, he's 10 times my size. So until I get to, 4, 5, 6,000 subs, he might not think it's worth it to collab with me. I also don't really know how to get in touch with these guys. Like I can write to their business emails and I have done so and got no response. So the only other way to really entice them to collab with me is to like call them out in videos and hope that the segment of my audience that is also their audience would say enough to get them intrigued to come and check me out. And again, that'll be more likely once I get, 4, 5, 6,000 subs. I did talk about the Ash Cirilla interview. I didn't talk about it as a reaction video. I just talked about it as like a news video. But that was one topic that I did. Ash's obsession with Harrier is funny. Plarium should come up with an ultimate Harrier legendary. That would be funny. I would enjoy that. That would be really funny. HH is working on its own game right now, and I have a lot of thoughts on that game. And I kind of want to do a video series on Fateless. But I don't know if that suits my audience, so we'll have to see. I think it was Ash who said in one of his videos that poisoners are outdated for clan boss. Why would he claim that? And what do you think about that? Well, I haven't seen the claim, so I'm not sure how I feel about it. I think there are enough HP burn activators now that even though HP burn is a little bit weaker than poison, He may just be saying that HP burn activation is more effective than poisoning, which I could see. I could see that point. I don't think that's true for low-level accounts. I still think poisons are so valuable that as you're gearing up and moving up into your clan boss, Nightmare and Ultra Nightmare team, poisoners are the most effective, understandable way to build a team. In addition, there's been power creep of all kinds. So there may be extra mechanics in the game, like they're more reset champions, they're more ignore defense champions. There are obviously, we have the cadaver composition, the infinity teams. So potentially there are other ways to get your damage that might reduce the overall value of poisoners. I still think poisoners are probably the best, easiest way to get your clan boss damage. But I would have to actually see the video and the comment to be able to more thoroughly react to it. Yeah, and 50, unkillable teams can have poisoners, right? Unkillable teams, one of the things about unkillable teams is you have 50 turns. That's all you get. You have 50 turns. So the faster you can run your unkillable team, the better. So if you can run it at 2-to-1 ratio, that's going to be better than running it at a 1-to-1 ratio, right? You're going to get twice as many attacks. That's potentially going to give you more chances to get War Master procs, to have your, activations, any activations, poison activations or HP burn activations, obviously more direct damage hits, all of that stuff. You're going to have more uptime on your debuffs. If you can run it a 3-to-1 ratio, that even gets extended further. But the thing that doesn't happen with unkillable teams is since you only get 50 turns, you only get 50 opportunities to proc a poison or HP burn if you're not activating it. So if you get 3 stacks out every turn, you get 150 poison activations, and that has a set amount of damage. So you know exactly what the damage is you're going to get from poisons based on the number of poison stacks you have and the duration of the fight. Now, an infinity comp can go beyond 50 turns, which is going to extend the value of every damage dealer, including poisons and non-poisons. But the nice thing about extending beyond 50 turns is at that point, you free up the possibility of all different kinds of damage dealers. Because since you're not stuck to 50 turns, but your requirement for the top chest doesn't go up, you don't have to have poisoners. You don't have to have HP burners. You don't have to have ignore defense. You can just have anybody that hits hard. And if you go 150 turns, you're probably going to hit the threshold. So maybe that's the other thing. If he's talking about more potential for infinity teams, you bring in a damage dealer who helps you do that job of creating an infinity comp. And then it doesn't matter if they're a poisoner or not. Maybe that's what his point was. I don't know. Again, I haven't seen it. But for most players, for 95%, 99% of the player base, especially in the first 6 months of your account, poisons are by far the best way to go. That's why Kale is the best starter champion. That's why Frozen Banshee is the best, rare clan boss champion in the game. That's why champions like Fane matter so much. That's why, we do things like throw toxic sets onto other champions in order to get more poison onto the clan boss. And because it scales up with difficulty, because the higher the difficulty, the higher the HP pool, the more damage poisons do, the easier it is to get an Ultra Nightmare clan boss team with a poisoner than without one. Is Brogni a requirement for an infinity comp, or can you use different champions? You don't need a Brogni. Brogni is probably the easiest one. Yeah, Brogni is the easiest one because he grows shields, and if you can extend the shields and continue to grow them, you can potentially grow them faster than the clan boss can damage the shields. Therefore, you have it's almost like a double infinity team, because you have an infinity team in the stage where you grow the shield, and then you have the infinity team in the stage where the shield is getting worn away, but it doesn't get wiped out, right? So it's like you build the shield up, and then it gets whittled back down, and eventually it gets removed, and you die. So it's kind of a double infinity comp, because the first half and the second half are both infinity comps. Other infinity comps wouldn't use a growing shield, so it wouldn't get bigger and bigger and bigger. But let's say you had a shield that you extended so it's all the time up, and you had a strengthen that's up all the time, and you had an increased defense that's up all the time, and you had an ally protect that's up all the time, and you had guardian sets that are providing additional ally protect all the time, and you have all of these defenses, so that it just takes the clan boss to turn 150 to get enough damage to actually wipe you off the board, that would be considered an infinity comp. Now, an infinity comp is not, it's not infinitely long. You can have an infinity comp that runs for 70 turns or one that runs for 700 turns, however many. I mean, you have a 1500 turn maximum in the fight, so it wouldn't be that long. But my point being that, like the duration of the fight can vary greatly. It's just basically a comp that is designed and speed tuned to extend your life as long as possible past the 50 turn barrier. And once you get past the 50 turn barrier, the possibilities of damage dealers who can do the necessary damage open up widely. Because if you're talking about single damage dealers who can do enough for a 1-key Ultra Nightmare against all affinities in an unkillable clan composition, there are maybe 10. Maybe. Most unkillable compositions to reach that threshold need 2 damage dealers, or at least 1 major damage dealer and a support damage dealer, like a Eurogrim, right? Like a Eurogrim can be like a cleanser support with some extra poisons, and he's not your main damage dealer, he's your secondary damage dealer. So most compositions, unkillable compositions, will need 2 damage dealers who can do that, or they'll need to run extremely fast. They'll need to run it like a 3-to-1 ratio. And so if you don't have one of those 10 damage dealers, you probably can't get it done. And like with 1 damage dealer. And finding a combo that works with an unkillable team can be really tricky, because that means you have 1 less spot for a support that can get you to the unkillable speeds you need. Again, can it be done? Sure, of course it can be done. But that's why when you go to Deadwood Jedi's website and you look for 1-key Ultra Nightmare all affinity comps, they're all based around the same few compositions. There aren't that many of them. There are variations on a theme, but there are only like 3 themes. So you have to have a Seeker, or you have to have like a Deacon and an Heiress, or you have to have an Elva, and you have to have some way to get to the speeds, and then preferably you have a Demitha, so you only need 1 champion for the unkillable buff. Because if you need 2 champions, if you need a Warcaster and a Helicath, that takes away another spot for support. So again, you can't put a Seeker in that spot, or a High Katoon, or somebody who speeds your team up, or an Apothecary. You can't put another damage dealer in there, So to run fast, run unkillable, and bring 2 damage dealers is extremely difficult. So that means you need to do it with 1 damage dealer. I have Ninja. Ninja does it. He's one of the champions that just can do it by himself. And there are other champions who can do it by themselves, but there aren't that many of them. And there are very, very few at like the epic rarity, or lower. So typically it has to be a legendary. Or you need 2 champions. Thought Infinity is Ally, Protect, and Guardian. That's one of the ways you get to an Infinity team. But any Infinity team that allows you to just extend beyond, basically it's a speed-tuned team like an unkillable team. It's speed-tuned so that you always have the buffs up at the right moment. And that means that the clan boss can't kill you. It's really just a variation on an unkillable clan boss team. But rather than using block damage or unkillable buffs so you literally can't be killed, you have enough defenses so that the clan boss doesn't have enough damage to kill you, and that extends you beyond 50 turns, and that's an infinity comp. All right, 50, have a good one. My current clan boss team does 2-key Nightmare, Sepulchre Sentinel, Newt, Taragi the Frog, Deacon, and Kale. I got Frozen Banshee today. Should I replace Kale, fully booked and all masteries, with Frozen Banshee? I don't know.
Wow.
What do you think, son?
Sorry, what was the question?
Well, you made a noise like you were going to interject something.
Oh no, I just thought I got I got beat down by this guy who I had no idea what he really did in arena, and he just destroyed me.
Yeah, what I would say is Frozen Banshee is better than Kale for clan boss. But how much? How much better? They're the same affinity. Frozen Banshee will get more poisons out. They're both good champions. Frozen Banshee is relatively cheap to build. So she's only a rare. Obviously, you're going to have rare tomes. You can get her fully booked out. It's not going to be that tough to do. And then you have to gear another champion. That might allow you to build Kale a little bit differently, focus him on other things. I don't know. Maybe you can specialize him as your arena nuker. I don't know. It doesn't feel like a major upgrade for me, but it is an upgrade. So it just depends how much of an upgrade you need and what other value are you going to get from freeing up Kale from that team, or potentially run them together. You could also do that. And you could pull, somebody else. Now, Newt does a ton of damage and he's relatively easy to keep alive and he brings some good debuffs. So I probably wouldn't pull Newt, and you can't really run 3 damage dealers in a Taragi and Sepulcher combo. Like you're trying to use the 2 ally protects off each other. But you could pull Sepulcher, and you could just go more glass cannon and see if having Frozen Banshee and Kale with Newt and Deacon provided you with more. Kuba says, you could say that with the 2.5% poison Kale has and Frozen Banshee having poison sensitivity, Frozen Banshee could pump out 2 times the damage from poison. Yeah, potentially. I mean, Kale's going to hit harder. Typically, you have him built with 100% crit rate and more crit damage. So he's getting a lot more direct damage than Frozen Banshee is, because you're never going to build her that way. It doesn't make sense to, unless you got her in an unkillable composition and you've got God tier gear. She will put out more poison damage. Absolutely. I don't know that you'll get double, but you might get 50% more, maybe, poison damage. Yeah, it kind of depends. I don't really know. I don't really know. I do think that it can be tricky to build another clan boss damage dealer in the same affinity, right? What's going to happen is it's just going to swing your affinity effectiveness. So like you're going to be super effective against spirit affinity, but you're going to be really weak against force affinity. So, that variability can be problematic. Yeah, you need to run faster than a 1-for-1 to make Frozen Banshee better. The faster you can get her, the better. You want to get that debuff bar as full as possible. You want to get as close to 10 debuffs up there. You have the poison sensitivity. You want weaken. Probably you want drop defense. You might want decrease attack. That leaves space for 6 poisons. So you can get 6. If you can get 6 poisons up there, then that's enough. If you have Kale and Frozen Banshee, and that fills up the bar too much, so that you can't land the weaken, or you can't have the poison sensitivity or something, then you're not getting full value out of it. So you don't want to run so fast that you overfill the debuff bar, and you don't want to run so slow that you don't get the debuff bar full. You really want to be floating around 9 or 10 debuffs every turn, and that's the way to optimize that. Okay. Yeah, so we just hit the 4.5 hour mark on the stream. So I think, son, are we ready to call it? I think we're ready to call it. I've been just been talking for an hour. I haven't even been playing. I have no energy left, and I have no tokens left. So the only last thing I could do is maybe do a clan boss run. So I think I'm just going to show off my my brutal clan boss damage here. This is my team. I'm running Frozen Banshee with Athel. Let me just show that. This is my clan boss team. I thought I was going to get more damage out of this. Honestly, when I got my Stag Knight to 6th tier of mastery and got the War Master proc, I thought it would boost my damage a little bit more. But let's see. Here, a 1 key is 22 million. And I think I'm probably going to pull down somewhere in the vicinity of like 16 or 17 million. But let's go ahead and check it out. And then we'll probably call it a day here. Hey, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. It was a really fun stream. Son and I both really enjoy our Saturday streams with everybody.
Oh, yeah.
thanks for all the encouragement, all the feedback, all the engagement. Don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and go watch our video from today if you like videos, I guess, or if you need the information. It's a very good, information packed, chock full of like helpful tips kind of video. Yeah, and that would be wonderful if you did that. And we will see you on Tuesday for our Takeover Tuesday. So if you're looking for a free takeover for your account, 2 p.m. Eastern time, right here. We'll try to get in 3 this week if we can. All right, I think that's about it, son. You're in Hydra there. How's it going?
Poorly, but we're trying.
Trying. Yeah, we're trying. All right. Well, why don't you say goodbye to the folks?
Have a good one, everybody.
All right. Thanks so much. We will see you soon. Whoops.